Hi, everyone. Kinsey Schofield here, and I hope you are having the most fun, festive holiday season. As we wrap up 2025, we are looking back at some of my favorite interviews, some of my favorite guests, and I know that you love and enjoy them too. So kick back, relax, and enjoy your Christmas holiday, your Hanukkah, all the things. And I appreciate you, and I look forward to seeing you again in 2026. Merry Christmas and Happy New Year. Hi, all. Welcome to Recollections May Vary, a Royal Recap. I'm Kinsey Schofield here with Kevin O'Sullivan. You watch us together on the Political Asylum with Kevin O'Sullivan. And things have been pretty crazy lately. Speaking of asylum, if we're talking Harry and Meghan, what have you been thinking over the last week? This roller coaster of from twerking to Minnie Mouse, from twerking to Tinkerbell.
You're right. When you come onto my show, so my show's called The Political Asylum, and you come on at 9 o'clock. At 9 o'clock, I should say, that's the end of The Political Asylum. Welcome to the Mental Asylum. Let's now talk about Meghan. We discussed this last night. I mean, the blizzard of activity
Overwhelming.
over the past couple of weeks is now becoming kind of almost confusing. She is assaulting the world, assailing us with
No lubricant.
video
No lubricant.
Yeah, video after post after message after interview after podcast after TV show. What the hell is she actually up to? I don't think she has a damn clue, and certainly observers can't work it out. It is just this frenetic, incoherent, uncoordinated activity. I think she believes leading towards something she knows not what. It's really bizarre.
That's true, because I feel like with other entrepreneurs, female founders, if we're going to quote Meghan Markle's, quirky terms, look at Hailey Bieber. Hailey Bieber, you see in everything she's doing that she's promoting her Rhode beauty line, which she just sold for, I think, $1 billion. Even with the chaos surrounding Justin Bieber, she stays focused in her makeup brand. With Meghan Markle, it's all over the place, from loose fruit spread, scam jam, to now we're hearing a hotel.
Hotels. What's that about?
We'll get into that. I sent you the Jezebel article that I thought was really interesting, where they say that they were trying to unpack Meghan Markle's social media activity. They said it felt very 2016. What were some highlights from that article for you about Meghan's social media activity?
Well, what I liked about the Jezebel article is it highlighted something that I suppose had kind of occurred to me, but I hadn't formulated the thought properly. You look at, I looked at that program with Love Meghan, and I thought, what the hell is this?
Yeah.
Who is this for? And what era is it for?
Yeah.
Because it's not for the modern day. It's like something out of, it's like the Flintstones. It's a place right out of history. It's like, wow, this is just ancient. This is anachronistic nonsense. So what I think's happened with Meghan, I mean, I always say this, she's definitely, out of Harry and Meghan, the smarter of the two, but that is setting the bar low. So so compared to Harry, people go, oh, she's really smart. No, she's really smart compared to Harry. Is she really smart? Is she? Hell, she's not smart. She is so dumb. And what's happened to her is she thought, right, how can I be really, really rich? I'm never going to cut it as an actress. So, I know, I'll marry a royal. They're all billionaires, aren't they? So she marries Harry and realizes that at best he's a sort of low grade, sort of 3 or 4 millionaire, nothing much.
And it takes people it takes for people to die for Prince Harry to get a payday.
Sure. And the royals' wealth pretty much is not really touchable. They just live in real luxury and style. They don't necessarily have that much money. Even the king, King Charles, the wealthiest royal of all time, twice as wealthy as his mother, is worth about £635 million.
He wore a recycled suit to their wedding. Was that not the red flag she was looking for? The king's suit's older than I am.
Yeah, but £635 million. Now, when you remember that Elon Musk, for example, I think is worth $420
But
billion.
is he really? He has 420
but you know what I mean?
billion
Yeah,
babies.
but just what I'm saying is, but you're right, Jeff Bezos. These are rich people. The royal family are not rich. So she marries this guy, Harry, thinking he's a billionaire. And it's, oh my God, he's only got $4 million.
I know. I really don't think it's as deep as that, though. I think she wants to be famous.
Well, yeah. So there's that as well. But anyway, the point is she marries Harry, goes through that phase in Britain, which was all a disaster. Then Megs it over to Canada, down to California, buys the Montecito mansion. So since 2017, 18, when she hooked up with Harry, got married to him, went to America. So what is it now? 8 years or so. She's been like trapped in a weird time machine. So the world has been happening while she's been cosseted in this weird life that is cut off from the rest of humanity. So that would explain why everything she does, her posts, her TV shows, her podcasts, are like something out of about 8 years ago.
Yeah, we've moved on.
Yeah, she's been preserved in time. She's doing this really old-fashioned claptrap. And she hasn't noticed that time has moved on. So that might explain why nothing she does works, because it's so old-fashioned. I mean, it's so old lady-ish what she's doing.
Well, that's what, remember, like the line at the very end is that Meghan, her granny style, it was a very funny line about how she's not trying to sell $800 sweaters. She's trying to sell granny something. It was a bad word.
She's trying to sell honey and jam for less than $20. Well, they're only just less than $20. And one of the problems with that, as ever, is, it's no good saying, hey, this jam's $14. At least it's not an $800 sweater.
Yeah.
But if people go, yeah, but it's still jam, well, scam jam. It's still jam. $14? I don't think so.
Yeah.
All of those items are wildly overpriced. And
we don't know what's inside them. We don't know where they're made. Yeah. I mean, if you are
that is a really good point. Where do they come from? Where does that jam? Well, we tried it.
I want it on record. I didn't, because I have some expectations. I'd like to live to see another day.
It's like I've told you 100 times, Kinsey. It's not bad. It's all right. It's very thin and gruely. It shakes around in the jar, which jam shouldn't. And it's quite sharp because it hasn't got enough sugar in it. I suppose some people might like that. As I say, it's not unpleasant. It's just completely unmemorable. And in no way is it worth $14. So the fact that she's selling produce that's less than $20, yeah, but it should be less than $3. So there's a real problem there. And what kind of young woman? I mean, what kind of young woman goes, I'm going to go into business and I'm going to sell jam? I mean, for God's sake, what is she, 40 or 90?
It does give you, back to your point about her being locked in her own little world. You just imagine that that's what she's been doing to get through whatever this is. And she's just sitting in her kitchen making jam. And I mean, it must be her way to process and to work through stuff. But I don't think that it's something that she's trying to appeal to the masses in a lot of the things that she's doing. But I don't think that it's going to work. I mean, I guess that's the simplest way of saying it. I am a royalist. I love the royal family. I'm not going to buy her jam because of the way she's treated the royal family, but also as a woman that is a similar age to her, I have no interest in her or her jelly.
Yeah, no, and of course, talking about how she's been trapped in this time bubble, I think also to psychoanalyze her a bit, she is trapped in her own bubble. So she lives on planet Markle, planet Meghan. And whatever happens outside of that, she resists. So she is convinced that everything she does and thinks is utterly right. And anybody who suggests, well, maybe we could do that other way, maybe racist, bully, get out, you're fired, and so on and so forth. She has armor plated herself against the device. and will not take it.
And she's always been defensive. Like it's, it would be one thing if she developed this thin skin after experiencing something traumatic within the royal fold, but they came out swinging, Harry and Meghan. She threatened to leave him if he didn't release a statement defending her in the public and accusing people of racism. I remember it interrupted one of King Charles's visits, engagements. He was in another country, and that was supposed to be the headline. But then Harry and Meghan come out saying that the tabloids in the UK are being their behavior towards Meghan is unacceptable. So it's like she's always had this thin skin. That should have been a red flag to her that maybe this wasn't the right direction for her to go in, but she is relentless right now.
I know she is, and I think what it betrays is a blind sense of panic on her part. Mm-hmm. Whatever she tries to maintain, we know that everything she's tried so far has disastrously failed. As ever, previously, American Riviera Orchard never even got off the ground. As ever, total disaster. With Love, Meghan, nobody watched it. They'll put on another series in September. Even fewer people will watch it.
Oh, I don't know. Chrissy Teigen's so appealing.
Yeah, no one will watch it. And I'm not believing this talk of the commissioning of a third series.
But here is the theory. The theory is that if Netflix can hold on to Meghan, they get the exclusive when Harry and Meghan separate.
Yeah, I get that. And you and I discussed that before. And it's a very powerful argument. You want to be in there. You want to get the Meghan story. Now, if she wants to film a successful TV series, I mean, she has no clue how to do that, but I could tell her, you could tell her. Make a series about, why I hate the royal family, why I'm leaving Harry. That will go through the roof. So yes, Netflix might want to hang on in there for that, but will they waste hundreds of millions of dollars on that? No, they won't.
Well, that's why the talk is that they're going to change the contract. It's not going to be just that blank check like it was the first time.
It won't be a contract.
It would be based on work actually
first
done.
Refusal. It'll be a first refusal deal. So it won't per se pay her money.
What happened to Meet Me at the Lake? Doesn't it keep you up at night?
Yeah, that's right. What did happen to Meet Me at the Lake? Yeah.
Like, remember she...
So well, they should now call it Meet Me at the Lake. Oh, all right, don't then. So she buys the rights to this book about, a middle-aged couple who rekindle their romance. Oh my God, I'm so excited already. And they says, oh, it's in development. It's not in development. They just bought the rights and they've done absolutely nothing with it.
Yeah.
Once again, this is, I don't know if they have this word in America. I should know this, having lived there. But do you have the word flibbity-gibbet?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, that's what she is. She's a flibbity-gibbet.
That's like the nicest thing you've ever called Meghan Markle.
Yeah, well, I could call this is for a family audience. She's a flippity-gibbet. But, she just hops from one thing to the next. As Tina Brown said, the former editor of Vanity Fair, close friend of Harry's mother, Diana, that she never sticks with anything. She never does anything properly. A good exercise for Meghan would be to be sat down and made to finish something.
Yeah.
Made to a project she started, finish it.
Yeah.
Just finish it.
I don't think
she never does.
I don't think to me, I felt like podcasting was somewhere where she could have some longevity. I just don't think she likes to ask people questions. She prefers to be the subject. So I think that's why she fails in podcasting, because she would rather be talking about herself. It's all
about her.
Yeah, she'd rather be sitting on the Drew Barrymore sofa. She'd rather be the center of attention. But with podcasting, she doesn't have to put pants on. She can just sit there on her computer, talk to people.
I'll tell you, talking of that, sorry to interrupt, when she made that extra special episode of Confessions of a Female Founder, that extra episode,
Beyonce's incubator,
that no one asked for and no one wanted.
Yeah,
and then you'd think, I've got a special extra episode. It's Beyonce. Everyone go, Mom. Well, Beyonce, that is a good guess. It's worth doing an extra episode for that. Mum.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, Beyonce's mum. Why have you done that? But anyway, when she sat down with Tina Knowles, it was hilarious because Tina Knowles wasn't taking any of her crap.
Yeah.
And just, you know, this me, never mind about you, Tina, let's talk about me.
Yeah.
Let's talk about my successes. So that whole podcast was them sort of arguing about Meghan not quite being as wonderful as Meghan was pretending.
Not committing to anything.
Yeah.
Tina's like, what do you do then?
Yeah, what do you do? Yeah, so she said, you know, there's the there's the scarcity mentality. What's that? The scarcity mentality.
Well, she was talking about money,
Yeah,
and we're witnessing that.
Yeah, and she said, you know, where you put a little bit of produce out there so it sells out to give the scarcity mentality. And then
like a sneaker drop?
Yeah, and then Tina Knowles goes, yeah, annoying. And then they have a massive argument about who's a better friend of Tyler Perry. Because
Meghan's like, I lived in his house rent-free.
Yeah.
Basically, what do you call? We call those squatters in the United States. I was a squatter.
Yeah, we do here too. Yes, exactly. So that extra podcast was just an argument with Tina Knowles about sort of who was better, who knew Tyler Perry better, who had a better business, who had better business sense, and so on and so forth. And also revealing that Meghan's mum, Dorian, had been to a Beyonce concert just a few days before, and Meghan didn't know. And you could when Tina Knowles revealed that, oh yeah, your mother was there. Yeah, well, she didn't tell me. And then she tried to sort of be all upbeat about it, but you could tell she was furious.
She's like, my mom using my connections again.
Yeah, she's what she is in the end. You see so much of it in Hollywood. These two-bit little C-listers who I think they're often persuaded by their overpaid, useless publicists that control is the thing. You must control the narrative. You must control everything. And
it's impossible to do
that. That is the sort of lifeblood of Meghan's life. She tries to control everything she does, everything around her, everybody around her, all events around her, and that way madness lies because you can't control it. Mm-hmm. So then she explodes into one of her little rages, and we get another set of pictures released all across
Disneyland. I think Angelina Jolie's done a good job of doing that. We just saw a really nasty divorce between her and Brad Pitt. And I wonder if it's because she does just truly disappear for long periods at a time. We see her when she has something of substance to promote, something of value, something she's proud of. But with Meghan Markle, it's just shamelessness. Here's me twerking for no apparent reason. Also, here's the children that you better stay away from at Disneyland, but we're going to put them out just a little bit to help me sell my brand.
I love those two, they came in quick succession. The twerking video from 4 years ago, you know, when she was pregnant with Lilibet. Why she re-released that, I don't know. Just to be noticed, just to be, so she knew it would hit the spot in terms of getting talked about, making headlines. But
it's not every day you see a Duchess's butthole, basically, on the internet.
You pointed out to me, though, that Meghan's assessment of the reaction to that is, those stuck-up snobs in Britain didn't like it. You know, they thought it was trailer trash. But in America, all the Americans thought it was great fun and upbeat and wonderful. But that's not true. Yeah. Americans thought exactly the same about it as British people. And, you know, I know this, having lived in both countries, that all this...
Humble brag.
Yeah, this nonsense about, Americans are so different to Britain. Well, there are differences. But essentially, basically,
You're better.
You're better. No, that's not true. America reacted because Americans are basically decent people with good values. So are British people. They looked at that video, that twerking video, and basically said, "What the hell? This is tacky, vulgar trailer trash.
Unnecessary."
Yeah. So Americans, that her contention that Americans said, this is great. No, they didn't. That's just a lie.
I did get into an argument yesterday with somebody that said trailer trash was racist, and I was like, trailer trash is not racist. It's Joe Exotic. It's the Tiger King. It's Honey Boo Boo. There is nothing racist about the term trailer trash. It's like white trash. It is an American term, and it means like a white person with a cigarette hanging out of their mouth in Daisy Dukes that didn't start out as short as they are.
White people who never got the memo that smoking's bad for you. Exactly right.
So it's not, there's nothing racist about that. It's just trashy was the term, you know, it's trashy. So
yeah, I mean, and so there is something low rent about Meghan, you know, and that, I suppose,
that's
why
nice
a lot of
way
British
to say
people do sort of go, oh my God, you know. But her idea that Americans love her and Brits don't, that's not true, is it?
Well, and they also said in the article, it's the Daily Mail article, Charlotte Griffins, I think, wrote it, referencing that young people loved it. What young person is looking at that going, hashtag goals? I'm going to go twerk in the delivery room with this white boy with weak knees. I didn't see.
And not much hair.
I don't think there's anything appealing about it whatsoever. And I do think the ultimate goal had to have been social media attention.
Oh, absolutely.
But I think it backfired. And I also think that's why we got Disneyland immediately, because when have we seen a birthday celebration before, except for in the docuseries on Netflix, which they were paid for, they had to cash in. But to me, that was a real... look over here, stop talking about how gross that video was. Yeah. I honestly was so shocked. I thought she was going to take it down and claim that somebody had hacked her cloud. I was just waiting for that I've been hacked.
When it was shown to me, was it only last week?
When I sent it to you, had you seen it yet?
Which one? The
twerking.
Of course, I've seen the twerking video. But
well, no,
I think you sent it. I think it was you sent it to me first.
Yes. And I said, I said bad words.
I said that's not her.
I said bad words when I sent it to you.
You did, yeah. So quite accurately as well. But I said that's not her. That can't be her.
I know. That's how I felt too. I was like, is this really good AI? She's got all of Diana's jewelry on. I was like, gosh, the details.
It's just bizarre. But I think you've nailed it when you just said, look. I mean, it is true that she's chasing money. She's playing the fame game. The fame game is get yourself talked about, make headlines as much as possible, and from that, something will crop up. People will see your name, will give you a job, sort of thing. I'm twerking, I'm ready to be working, kind of thing. That's basically what she's saying. But you're right. Above and beyond that, the main reason she does this is she's just a California girl and she wants to be Hollywood famous.
Well, you understood why she didn't book that Shakira music video when you saw those moves. Does it surprise you at all that when it comes to her social media activity, does it surprise you at all that America thinks that she's cheapened her brand to the point where, do you remember when there were rumors that Dior was going to have her as the face of their campaign? Honestly, I know this is not a popular opinion, but the second they stepped down as working members of the British royal family, I think she could have been. But now, after watching that video, I don't think that that's an option for her anymore.
Well, Ted Sarandos, the chief executive of Netflix, is fond of saying that, you know, her potential as an influencer is
cultural impact
is massive. Well, you know, just like he was wrong to put Polo on, and just like he was wrong to put With Love Meghan, Ted's wrong about that. I mean, he's obviously a very smart man, don't get me wrong, but he's wrong that she has massive potential as an influencer. Good influencers have to essentially be liked across the board. No, nobody is universally adored, but you know what I mean. The good influencers are people who pretty much everyone likes. There's no reason to dislike them. The trouble with Meghan is the majority of people...
The trouble with Meghan is a whole other episode.
The trouble with Meghan is that stand by for 6 hours. No, the trouble with Meghan is that the majority, I would say 80% of people just can't stand her, really despise her. And then you've got this weird Sussex squad mob, about 10% of these fanatics who think the sun shines out of her backside. And then you've got 10% of people who couldn't really care less. So that is bad demographics for an influencer. In fact, you know, people who want to hire influencers, even if they hear, oh, there's quite a few people don't like her, that's it, they don't want them. They don't want them. They want people about whom
Not
no
problematic.
one says a bad word.
Also, they want nice people, and she doesn't have a reputation for being very nice.
But the people about whom no one says a nasty word tend to be nice people.
Yeah.
You're exactly right. And that may be at the bottom of it all. Meghan, you know, I think you could say this without fear of contradiction. She's just not a very nice person.
Well, we'll move into the hospitality. That's a nice segue.
Yeah.
Meghan Hotels. What is your...
Meghan's Inn.
Ooh. I mean, we saw it in that twerking video. We saw Meghan's Inn, and I want out immediately.
It's just unbelievable, the hotels. I mean, what is she talking about?
Yeah, well,
does she know how much money it costs to set up a hotel?
She says something about hospitality in the Fast Company interview. So this has obviously been something that's on her mind. But you're right, it takes a lot of resources to execute something like that. You have to stay on top of it. This is a woman that turns her Instagram comments off. What is she going to do when the Yelp reviews come rolling in for her hotel? She's not going to be able to control that narrative. She's not going to be able to control that brand as closely as she's trying to control her own. What do you think when you hear of another wild direction that she's heading in?
I think, you know, you heard it here first. Maybe not first, but Meghan's hotels, the Meghan's Inns, or whatever they're going to be called, they will never, ever happen. It's just word salad.
Yeah.
It's stuff for her to say. Aren't I dynamic? Look at the plans I've got. Think about it. All we've ever heard from this woman is my plans.
Yeah.
My plans. The actuality of her plans when they
I would
come
hate
about.
to see that woman's to-do list.
Yeah. Well, she has a massive to-do list.
Yeah.
But her done list is pretty damn short. So I don't think the hotels will ever happen. If they do, she will not only not have much money, which is her circumstance now, she'll go bankrupt. Yeah, she'll get into big trouble if she goes into hotels. That is just way above her pay grade, way above her talent, way above her ability. It would be an act of, you know, complete financial suicide and madness to do it. So she probably will. No, I don't think they will ever happen, because down the line someone will say, Meghan, do you realize how much money you've got to put down for this to happen? And then, you know, and then think about it. You know, how many hotel chains are based on celebrities?
Yeah.
You know,
not a lot. I mean, I might stay. Any? I might stay at a hotel in Vegas if there's an Elvis there.
Yeah. Okay.
Maybe.
But, yeah. Well, okay. So Elvis, you know, you can have some brand names, hard rock and all that. You know, you can take a brand name and turn it into a hotel chain if you want. But think about it. Who's ever heard of a celebrity hotel? You know,
it sounds like a pyramid scheme. It sounds like
it's just nonsense. It's just one more stupid thing for her to say. Now we're also hearing about Chateau Meg. You know, the rosé wine. Now, you know, she probably will get that together. Here's what the world doesn't need, Kinsey, is yet another celebrity rosé wine range.
But she does it.
She copies and steals every single idea she's ever had.
She did like to get crunk on with Love Meghan, though. We did see her with a few bevies in her hand throughout the process.
She likes
of that.
to drink a lot.
Yeah. What about the Puck article I sent you earlier today about the idea that Meghan was furious that other people were making so much money off of her? Did you not go ding, 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 ding? That is so true. Like, don't you know that is truly how she felt? Annoyed that people were making money off of her, and she thought, now I'm going to monetize in every possible way because of this.
The most pathetic reaction of the two-bit celebrity is somebody got a story on me, or somebody took a picture of me, and they sold it to the papers, and they made money, and then the newspaper made money. Why didn't I make any money out of that?
And I will tell you,
because that's the way of the world. That's why
she is making money on Meta. She is getting paid for her Instagram pictures, which is why another reason why I've heard that she is getting paid from it's not a lot of money. It's not a lot of money. But she is paid per impression on her posts. And she has a lot of impressions because her posts are embedded in these news articles all over the world. And so I do think that is a way for them to take money away from paparazzi. But I also think you're encouraging people to hide in the bushes and actually get a picture of your kid's face.
It's pathetic. It's the way of the world. You know, if you're a sort of 2-bit celebrity or even a big celebrity, and you can't sort of constitutionally take the fact that people make money out of your picture, make money out of stories about you, you're in the wrong business. Get out of showbiz if you find that infuriating, because it's the way of the world. And by the way, every time somebody does a story on you or takes your picture and it gets published, down the line, that does make you money. It keeps you in the limelight. You know what, Meghan, you don't always have to do it yourself. You can let other people do it. But you're right. When she started thinking, you know, that I've come across people like minor stars like her before, who just are enraged by the fact that a picture of them or a story about them makes other people money. Well, get used to it. I mean, come on.
Yeah. You mentioned earlier that she just steals people's ideas, not to backtrack, but regarding the hotel idea, there are reports that she was pitching herself as a brand's spokesperson and saw this deck and basically took the deck, rebranded it as the Meghan Hotel, and that because they turned her down for this to be their spokesperson. Would that surprise you if that turns out to be true?
Yeah, so I've heard this story that she was offered to be the face of.
Well, she wasn't offered. That's why she hijacked the idea.
She was interested in becoming the face, and they said no, not interested, for the reasons that I just explained to you.
Not very nice.
Nobody wants Meghan to be the face of their product because she's mostly unpopular. But after that refusal, again, this is another thing that she can't take. It's clearly is refusal. That, you know, failure. If she fails at something somehow or other, she's got to prove that it wasn't a failure.
Yes, and she tells us all about it on her podcast.
Yeah, and apparently when she was in Britain, she was so obsessed with this other people making money out of her that she thought the royal family were kind of making money out of their association with this 2-bit American who just turned up.
Sorry, but the 15-cent postcards in the Windsor gift shop aren't pocketing King Charles a lot of money.
Yeah,
so
yeah, but also, you know, this is the British royal family. It goes back, you know,
they don't need you.
Thousands of years.
They don't need you.
Some American turns up who used to be in a cable show in Canada. You know, says she thinks she's the one that's making all the money for the royal family. I don't think so, Meghan. You know.
Well, that's because that is why her and Prince Harry, I feel like they rile each other up so bad.
I've got to tell you a story. You'll love this. Okay. You'll love this. About Harry. Right, so last night, just before you came, well, no, it was after you came on. By the way, I got so many nice texts about you. Like saying, Kinsey, wow, and all this kind of stuff. Seriously. I thought I'll have to get her on again. Oh, I always do anyway, don't I? But anyway, so this guy rings in, London, a bloke, and he said, I used to work at a go-kart track, right, in London. I remember this, go-kart track in London. And I remember when Diana, when they were little kids, took Harry and William to this go-kart track so they could play go-karts. So this bloke goes, they turned up, and William, very nice kid. Harry seems all right at first. Diana, lovely lady. And anyway, they got in the go-karts, they went round. William just like absolutely aced him, you know, beaten by about 50 yards or something. Anyway, so he said after that, Diana's trying to leave. William wants to leave. They weren't allowed to leave. Harry, little kid, stamping his feet. Got to go around again. So they go. So they go around again. William beats him again. Got to go around again. Got to go around again. And in the end, after about 5 times, he's got to beat William, right? So after about 5 times, this bloke said, I saw Diana whispering in William's ear. Anyway, they went round for about a 6th time. This time, Harry won. And then they were able to leave. So in other words, Diana had obviously, for Christ's sake,
let your brother win.
Let that little sod win. And at that point, they were able to, so, you know, spoilt brat then, spoilt brat now. See what I mean? Don't you think that's an illustrative story?
Yeah, I do. And you see...
And also the rivalry between...
Yes, you still see... I was going to say, you still see that competition today. Yeah. I just don't think that William's involved. I think William is, like, not worried about these two whatsoever. He's busy trying to prepare for his reign and worry about his own family. But I see so much competition, and we don't have to really get into it because there's not much to talk about. But even in Meghan accepting an award on the same night as Trooping the Color.
That's so disgusting.
It's just so... I
mean, it's pathetic.
This time last year, you and I sat in your studio and you joked, what is Meghan going to do to distract from Kate returning to Trooping of the Color? And Meghan announces dog biscuits.
That's right.
And thanks to Nacho, Meghan announced American Riviera Orchard dog
Whatever
biscuits.
happened to the dog biscuits?
I think maybe that's what that's maybe what she's teasing coming to As Ever. But
that's it. That's disgusting. And to go back to my go-kart story, so I think Harry is consumed by bitterness because he's the spare.
Yeah.
Because by lineage, he is doomed to be down the ladder, you know, not as high up the pecking order as William. But there's something beyond that. It's that William is good at stuff.
Yeah.
William has always been better at things than Harry.
And that's why he deserves to be king.
Yeah, William is a clever guy. You know, William effortlessly went to one of our, I know, members of the royal family get into university quite easily. Prince Charles, as he was then, is regarded to be the least qualified student ever to get into Cambridge University. But William went to St Andrews, where he met Kate, funnily enough. And he's a very clever guy. You know, he's a intellectually clever guy, and he's talented at stuff. Harry, not so much. Yeah. Not bright. Really, really thick. Yeah. Really dumb, and not very good at things. So it's not just the royal lineage that makes him so jealous and bitter about his position in life. Yeah. It's looking at his brother, his hated brother,
and his accomplishments.
Why is this guy so much better at everything
and better looking? Yeah. I'm sorry, not sorry. All right, agree with us, disagree with us, let us know in the comments below. Make sure you like, subscribe, and share this video with a friend. And watch me on The Political Asylum with Kevin O'Sullivan twice a week. A proper New Year reset isn't about extremes. It's about showing up as your best self every day. Beam is a company proudly founded in America, run by people who share our values, and they've built products that help you keep the promises you make to yourself, the promises that actually matter. Beam's best-selling Dream Powder is a healthy nighttime blend packed with proven ingredients shown to improve sleep, so you can wake up refreshed and ready to take on the day. Dream is made with a powerful blend of all natural ingredients, reishi, magnesium, L-theanine, and melatonin. It's designed to help you fall asleep, stay asleep, and wake up feeling amazing. No groggy hangover. The sea salt caramel flavor, absolute heaven, like indulgent hot chocolate without the guilt. Dream is made right here in America, no shortcuts. Founders guided by integrity and a strong work ethic, Beam has transformed over 28 million nights of sleep. So if you've been waiting for the right time to try Dream, this is it. Go to shopbeam.com/Kinsey. Use code Kinsey for up to 40% off, just $39 with my code. That's $1.25 per night. Shopbeam.com/Kinsey today. Hi, y'all. Kinsey Schofield here with Grant Harrold, the Royal Butler, my friend. I'm so glad to finally meet you in person.
It's strange, as I said to you, I feel that we've met each other before because we've done so much, yet this is the first time we've met, which is strange.
You look I know that I'm not trying to embarrass you, but you are gorgeous. You look so great. And if our audience follows you on social media, you talk about this health journey you've been on. So congratulations, you look amazing.
Yeah, I think I call it midlife crisis.
No, I love that about you.
You get to your mid-40s and you think, wait a minute, I want to change.
Yeah.
And so just went on a detox and joined the gym, and that was that.
And now you're a supermodel.
And now there's
a supermodel.
I wish I was a supermodel. No, it's been really cool. I think one of the biggest compliments I had was somebody said that I'm trying to look like Gareth Southgate. So I thought, I'll take that.
Yeah,
that's okay.
Exactly. Well, if my audience doesn't recognize you, which you said you ran into a friend that didn't recognize you.
Me, yeah.
You used to be the butler for King Charles and Prince Harry and Prince William. You spent time around the boys. You spent time around Catherine, the Princess of Wales. So you are so knowledgeable when it comes to the royal family. I wanted to pick your brain a little bit about that. But will you promise you'll come back and talk to me about your new book?
I'd love to.
Okay.
The book, yeah, I'd love to come back.
Okay. All right. So that's like what we call in the industry a deep tease, ladies and gentlemen. So watch this space. So Trooping the Color is happening. And what's it like to see? You worked with King Charles when he was Prince Charles, that evolution. Are you proud of him as king? And do you think that he's been a good king?
Yeah, I'm very proud. I think he's doing an amazing job. I feel sorry for him.
Yeah.
That obviously losing parents is awful, and losing two in such a short space, which weirdly is what happened to me. It's because my parents died about the same distance, about a year and a half between each other.
I'm sorry.
And no, it's kind of life, isn't it? But it shocks you because it makes you think about your own life and your own mortality. You start kind of thinking about so many things, and I'm sure for him, losing his father would have been a shock. Losing his mother so soon after, but it's not just losing your parent. It's suddenly he gets that job, the monarch, which is it's always said it's the job that everyone's kind of said it's the job he wants, but it's not really, because you've got to lose your one of the most important people in your life to get that job. So it's difficult. And since becoming king, he's had his own health battles within the first year. So he's had a tough time, but I think under the circumstances, he's doing an amazing job.
Absolutely. And Catherine, you met Catherine when we were meeting Catherine for the first time, except you were actually spent time with her. What's it like to see her grow up and be so gorgeous, sophisticated, a great, sweet mom, and a future queen? That is wild to me that one day she's going to be queen.
Do you know what's nice is the Catherine that I knew to the Catherine I see now is the same Catherine.
Oh.
No different. She was always polite, she was always friendly, she was always giggly, she was always fun, courteous. Everything you see is exactly what she was like. And again, you feel proud and kind of lucky that you get to spend time with them behind closed doors and get to know them. But it's equally strange, like with Trooping the Colour, when you stand in with the crowds as one of many and you look out and you see them and you think, well, I'm one of the few that actually got to spend time with them on their own. You do kind of pinch yourself, think, did that actually happen? Yeah. And it's equally nice when they see me. I don't know if they still recognise me now, but when they have seen me in the past, then they come up and say hello to me, which is equally nice. But as I said, I don't quite know if that would happen now. I think they probably just walk past me and not even know it's me.
There you go, that's a handsome fella. When it comes to Catherine, you teach etiquette.
Yeah.
Did she just roll in and immediately know exactly how the game was played, or?
Yeah, there's this myth, a legend that royals, or when you join the royal family, you learn that you go on a course to learn etiquette.
Yeah.
And I wish that was true, because I'd love them to come in my courses. That'd be amazing to have somebody like that in one of my courses. It doesn't work like that. Yeah. They learn from their other halves. They learn from the family. They learn from the Queen Elizabeth.
Wow.
The King. That's how they learn. Even from my point of view as a member of the royal household, I had to learn etiquette and how to behave and how to act around them. And I learned from other staff members and from the family.
Well, so you did live training. There wasn't like a 2 weeks where you were an apprentice. No. Somebody said, you did that thing wrong, and then you had to tighten up and learn that way.
You learn the hard way. You make mistakes. Wow. You do things wrong, and you quickly learn, everything from when you meet them, what you're supposed to do, what you're not supposed to do. No, it's not that they don't tell you. They give you a guideline, but then you're never really sure. Yeah. And And when you do have time, when you're on your own with them and you meet them, you're kind of thinking, do I do this? Do I not do this? Am I supposed to smile? Do I not smile? Do I walk backwards when I leave? Because that in the movies, you walk backwards.
Yes.
I'm thinking,
Wait, is that real? Because that, oh, thank God.
It was, originally, there was positions in the royal household where you would walk backwards. Most of them, I believe, have been done away with because of health and safety reasons. I think there's still occasions, for example, if you go and receive an investiture or an award at the Palace or at Windsor, you will see people take a couple of steps backwards. So there's still, but only when it's safe to do so. But you don't have to now walk out a room the whole way reversing, thankfully.
Yeah, there are movies and TV shows where that happens. I think I'm thinking of like some Tudor style movies or TV shows, and it's the entire room where there's, and you're just like, that seems impossible and ridiculous. I don't know if I could humble myself enough to do that.
You've got to always have a reversing sensor on your back to know you're not going to walk into something as you go. But thankfully, those days are gone. But I still see people sometimes take a couple of steps backwards initially. It was back in the days when it was seen rude to turn your back on the monarch.
Yeah.
But this is a very different time. It was also when you weren't really allowed to have eye contact and those kind of things. Luckily, it's can you imagine that?
Sounds like a Hollywood set.
Yeah, it'd be a bit uncomfortable, I think, if you're with a royal and you had to follow those kind of rules. And thankfully, they're not that strict about it. They're not going to, if you forget to do something, you forget a bow or a curtsy or the handshake goes wrong. I mean, we even see people high-fiving them now, and they haven't been sent to the Tower of London. So I think
the Tower of London.
You're okay.
Well, I'm glad you brought that up because when Harry and Meghan moved to the States, and my audience is primarily in the United States, the tone was that William and Catherine, the king, they were too stuffy. Meghan had holes in her jeans. She was barefoot. She was a hugger. And it sounds to me like there's not a lot of judgment, and it's like, oh no, come, you'll figure it out. You'll figure it out.
Yeah, there's not, they don't really kind of judge you. If, you know, when you join the family and you make mistakes, they're not, I mean, it depends on what the mistake is, it depends what you do. I'll give you a perfect example. Queen Elizabeth II on the balcony, tripped the colour, Little George and Prince William. When Prince William went down to Little George to point something out to him, the Queen immediately told him to stand up.
Yeah.
I mean, we all remember that.
Right.
And that's the protocol of you shouldn't do that. So the Queen was quite a stickler for kind of tradition and protocols. Would it happen now with the King? Probably not. Probably wouldn't happen. It's slightly different. And going forward with William II would never happen. So it just shows you it's a very different royal family now. Yeah. So you could probably get away with a lot more now than you would have got away with in the past. But on saying that, the Queen was really good fun and she had a lovely way about her. And even though she was a stickler for tradition and protocol, she was also fun as well.
I think that she valued the traditions of the history, and also kind of like relished in the fact that it was her job to pass that down. And I'm not saying that King Charles isn't the same way, because I know he loves tradition. But I think that there was something in her that she really loved teaching William, teaching Prince William. Yeah. And that was something that she was proud of. Whereas I think Prince William, it's like the lowercase r comment he made. Oh. I think he wants everybody to be comfortable, wants them to be more relatable. But I don't see him correcting anybody on the balcony. That is very true.
It's funny you noticed that, because not many people have noticed or remembered that comment, and I point that out as well, that the fact he said the royal going forward will be a small r is a massive statement. And I think what he's saying is that, you know, his idea of a royal family, I think it's going to be a smaller royal family. I think still got a significant place within the British way of life. I don't think that's going to change, and ceremonial still important. But I think what he's saying, it's more to do with the kind of meetings, the greetings, when you're around them, it's going to be a lot more relaxed and kind of, I think the humorous side, we see they've got a lot of humour. Well, they have got a lot of humour, the two of them. And I think that's something that they're not afraid to show, where historically royals never showed humour.
Yeah.
So I think this is what he's referring to, is we're going to see a more fun, kind of light-hearted royal family. That's what I think he's referring to.
I love, the last time I saw him, I think it might have been the King's coronation. Maybe it was the week of the King's coronation, and he was outside of a pub, and he was so much more animated than I ever imagined him to be. And of course, we're swept up in the soap opera that is Montecito. And at the time, there were the stories circulating about the dog bowl and the necklace, and he seemed like such a serious character. But I think in reality, to your point, that he has that Diana charm, and that he is, fun and sweet. I mean, he's a dad, and when you see him with his kids, you see so much personality as well.
Yeah.
But I do think he's a much more likable character than he's been than he's allowed maybe to be so far. Maybe we'll get to see more of it on a global stage someday.
I think so. And the way he does things, he does, as you mentioned, his grandmother was a big influence on him, as is his father. So he does things a certain way, but he has got that other side to him. And it's nice when you see him with his kids. And he's also protective, which is extraordinary. We've seen footage again when he's protective of his privacy and his family, more so than probably any other member of the family. And I'm sure he's got many kind of personal reasons, obviously, for that. But he's very keen to protect the privacy of his family. But at the same time, he's also happy for the world kind of to see his family and to give behind the scenes. Like, again, with Coronation, we saw those videos behind the scenes, and Catherine, sharing her journey, her cancer journey with everybody, and updating, which is never it's unprecedented. We've never had these kind of things happen before. So it's quite interesting. I've got to correct myself. People sometimes say to me, "You call her Kate, but her name's Catherine." And
but you knew her when she was
Kate. That's what I try to explain to people.
Yeah.
When I met her, when I was introduced to her, she said, "I'm Kate."
Yeah.
So I only ever knew her as Kate.
Yeah.
So obviously I tried.
So you do respect her.
Oh, absolutely.
Yes.
Absolutely. And I try to, but I sometimes correct myself because when I go back to those days, that's how I knew them as William and Kate.
Oh, I love it too. My favorite days. This is very embarrassing, but there's a Lifetime movie about them.
Yes.
And it is just cheese central, and I love every second of it.
I've seen it, but
Oh my gosh, when he karaoke's in the bar, I die.
I've seen the karaoke's. I think the movie was a bit the singers were a bit better. Let's not tell them that. No, William's actually, he's not a bad singer. But I watched that and I was very disappointed. I was kind of thinking that the butler role, I've kind of visualised my role being played by Brad Pitt.
Yeah,
obviously. He was
obviously.
unavailable on that occasion. I kind of like to think he wasn't around at the time. But no, that's it. Of course, it's it's a movie, and it's nobody really knows. Well, those of us that were there know, but you don't really know what took place. But it's I wouldn't say it's accurate, but it certainly gave a fair kind of idea of what their lives were like, because they did have as normal as can be lives. They were able to kind of be themselves for a long time, which was really nice.
And they captured the magic of falling in love, and you still were enchanted by the fact that he was a prince, but the love story is really about two young people. It really is just about two young people. You don't get swept up in the fairy tale too much. I can't believe I'm sitting. This is my glorified review of the Lifetime movie that came out like almost 20 years ago. But yeah, do you mind if I ask you some etiquette royal related questions? Okay. So what is the biggest etiquette mistake people make when meeting a royal? Is it the curtsy? Is it not addressing them by the correct title?
It's panicking.
Yeah, that would be me.
Panicking is what, so all those things, people panic. It's extraordinary. I have seen the greatest and the good who are completely relaxed and fine one moment, and as soon as the royal walks in the room, they
Melt?
Completely fall apart. And they literally can't even speak. It's all over. They can't even get a word out. They forget. I've seen men curtsy because they forget. It all falls apart, and I think they just get so nervous. And what I say to people is, don't. In fact, I gave this advice to somebody literally the other day who was meeting a member of the royal family. I said, be yourself. I know this individual, and I said, they will love you for you. Do not try to be something you're not, because that's what they see through, and they would rather people than just themselves than try to be something that you're not. So my biggest advice would be, just be you. And if you remember the bow and the curtsy, great. If you forget, don't worry about it. If they offer you the hand, then you do the handshake and let them lead the conversation. Keep the conversation light. Those are the things you should do. But just enjoy the moment, because we're so worried about the whole build up to it. You don't actually enjoy it. And then when it's over, it's because split second it's done. And then you're kind of thinking, wow, did I do that right? Did I say this right? Enjoy it. That's what I would say.
I will definitely be reliving it for the next 20 minutes. Did I curtsy right? Did I go low enough? Like, that's so to imagine men curtsying, that's my favorite visual so far. So, all right, here's my next one. What's the most common protocol you had to remind guests or staff about? Or were you a stickler at all?
No, I mean, I suppose it is again back to the titles and the bow and the curtsy, which, you know, I was kind of, if somebody was coming to meet them, I'd say to them bow and the curtsy, but I'd also say you don't have to do a bow and curtsy. It's entirely, even the British monarchy website states you don't have to. It's a personal choice if you want to. But what I'd always have to, you know, the one thing I'd have to kind of remind them is about titles, because obviously it becomes a bit confusing.
Yeah.
People, what do you call them?
Yeah.
Obviously, as a king now, he's Your Majesty followed by Sir. When he was Prince of Wales, it was Your Royal Highness followed by Sir. But you don't repeat Your Royal Highness or Your Majesty. It's just Sir until the end of the conversation when you're finishing, and then you might say, you know, thank you for your time, Your Majesty, or some, and then that's the end of the conversation. So you don't keep repeating it the whole way through, which is a mistake some people might make.
Me. I would just be like, King Charles, King Charles, King Charles.
Yeah, and we don't, and that's it, you don't actually address them as King Charles.
There we go.
That's one of the
Kinsey
things.
gets the boot immediately.
You have to avoid the King Charles. It sounds like a Disney movie.
Yeah, it does. It does, absolutely. How do royals signal that they want to leave a conversation or event? Is there a secret code or gesture? Because I read that the Queen would like clutch her purse or something.
I've heard this. I'm going to be honest with you. I don't quite. I've been made aware of this.
You've never been in charge of the Irish exit.
I've never witnessed this. It doesn't mean to say it's not true.
Yeah.
Because I could believe it. But then if you look at Prince Philip, his protocol was amazing. Walk.
Yeah.
He would just be gone.
Yeah.
There was no kind of, oh, he's off. Okay, that's it, done. The Queen, as far as I was aware with my royals, if I can say, the King, the Queen, Queen Camilla, William Kay, there was no kind of signals. It was very much conversation finishes, move on.
Yeah.
With the Queen, of course, it was the handbag. I think that was the signal to a lady in waiting. It was time to move on. I've seen her do this with the handbags, but I wouldn't have necessarily meant that she'd had enough and she was moving on. The Queen was quite capable of just finishing her conversation and moving on,
right,
as far as I was aware.
Yeah, that's a good point. She was a strong enough, you know, personality where she could just be like, you know what, I miss my corgis, which would be me. I'm out.
Okay, unless you mention corgis, then she'll come back to you.
Yeah. Oh, then you're back in, or horses. All right. Which royal was the most relaxed about etiquette in private? Can I guess? Can I guess?
Yeah, have a guess.
I would suspect Queen Camilla.
Yes, that's fair. She was very, very relaxed, because the way she was as a person, you know, if you didn't bow or you curtsy or you forget to call her by a title, it wouldn't even faze her. But a lot of them were like that. A lot of them were similar to her. But see, I knew her obviously before she was married. I mean, I was there a year before she married, or before they were married.
Oh,
so
wow.
I got to know her as Camilla Pack of Balls. And she was just, you know, when I used to kind of go to her house, for whatever reason, you know, she was great. She was just, you know, it was her that answered the door. It was her that made you the cup of tea. It was her that did it. You know, it wasn't staff. It was just her.
Oh, wow.
And I think she's still like that. She's still got her, as we know, she's got her own place. And I think, you know, if you go and see her, it's very much her home. You know, she's the one that boils the kettle.
So what about Prince William? I feel like you could get away with a lot.
You could.
When he was younger, at least.
When he was younger, definitely. 100% when he was younger. But I think even now, he's quite humble. You know, he's got, I think there's a lot of him, when I see him or when I was there and speaking to him, a lot of him obviously is his father, without any question, but definitely a lot of his mother as well. You know, the kind of humble side and the kind of down to earth and the kind of humorous side. But his father's got humour as well. People always assume that it was just Princess Diana, but his father has equally got humour as well.
I mean, he talked to his plants. He had to have some material.
Plants, and amazingly, it seems to have worked. If you're inside with gardens, they look amazing.
Yeah.
I encourage everybody to talk to plants. I think you have the best gardens. But you know, his humour, what was interesting about him was when you got to know his humour, it always used to kind of take you aback, because you suddenly say or do something and you think, has he just made a joke?
Yeah.
You know, and you'd be like, or I imagined it, and then you realise that was him. He's got great humour.
Did you ever meet Princess Diana or
No,
her path?
she died. So I started in 2004, and obviously she was about 6, 7 years before, 97. So I didn't know her. But what I will say, and I've kind of openly talked about this, is that her influence, her presence, her name was very much still around, if I can say that. So she wasn't all these rumours about, she was cast aside or forgotten. Absolutely not.
Oh, that makes me really happy to hear that.
She was
That's
very
so
much.
sweet.
She's very much part of that family, and I still think it will still be the case.
Would they allow pictures of her and things like that around the house, at least in the boys' rooms? Oh wait,
Difficult to answer that one from a
yeah.
partner's point of view,
Ah.
but on saying that, what I will say is that her memory is very much alive.
Ah, I'm
Very
happy
much
to
so.
hear that. That's so sweet. That's so sweet. Who's the most particular about formality or tradition? Because I've heard rumors about Prince Andrew.
Well, I have as well, and I didn't really know him that well, but I used to get told he was quite a stickler for it. I would have said the Queen was quite strict when it came to kind of protocols, and even though she was fun and she had a fun side to her, I think she was, she was very much of a different generation, as was Prince Philip. So the kind of protocols of etiquette and everything was quite strict. And in fairness, the King, he's very relaxed, but he also, he's very good when it comes to his etiquette. He knows how to behave and how to act and, kind of things you should and shouldn't do. And he's very, well, he learnt a lot from his grandmother, the Queen Mother, who was also a stickler for etiquette. So I would have said that that group are very much quite strict when it comes to kind of etiquette and traditions and how to do things. And I mean, you have tea with him. He pours tea perfectly. He stirs his tea beautifully. He drinks his tea beautifully. He does it like a professional. So, if you want to kind of learn about etiquette, go and spend a couple of hours with the King.
Oh, okay. Where do I buy tickets to that show? Because I would be the first in line. I also, obviously never experienced it myself, but reading about how Princess Margaret, it's etiquette and protocol seemed important to her, but the fact that she was also in a sense a royal rebel, it's interesting how they prioritize protocol, but she also wants to be with this guy over here. How they prioritize that in their mind.
You're absolutely right. Princess Margaret's a very good example, because obviously she was kind of known, in a day for how she was, but she was also very strict about things being done the right way. And that's just how they were brought up. They were brought up from such a young age about doing things a certain way when it comes to protocol, about how you have your drinks, how you have your meals, how you do your introductions, how you walk, how you speak, how you sit. It's drummed into them from a young age, and they'll do it beautifully, and they'll watch to make sure you do it correctly. But as you said, when it comes to their own life, I mean, it's funny, I remember my royal once saying to me, do as I say, not as I do, when it comes to how to do things.
Yeah.
Do as I say, not as I do. And that's kind of a perfect example of what some, not all, but some members of the royal family will say, is that you kind of follow the lead, but don't necessarily do what they actually do.
That's fascinating. Do you think that Meghan struggled with royal etiquette? There is a tea place in Pasadena, California, and it's an old man who's from here. His wife, I believe his wife's from America. But he says that Meghan actually, when she found out that she was going to potentially meet the Queen, made a date with him, and she took etiquette classes from him at this cute little place in Pasadena before meeting the Queen. And he was like, it was a whole day. He has like a shrine built to her in the booth that she sat at. But I imagine as an American, it would be incredibly intimidating to walk into a position like that. She tells a bit of a different story when she, in the Netflix docuseries. She's like, oh my gosh, I found out I'm meeting the Queen and I have to do a curtsy.
Yes.
But according to this guy in Pasadena, she tried to do some prep when it came to an event like a tea with the Queen.
Yeah, I think I've heard this story as well, and I believe it. I mean, I think some people when they think they're meeting royals, they obviously want to go and make sure they're going to do it correctly. I think the mistake she made was that what would have happened when she met the Queen? Somebody would have given her some pointers. Even Harry would have given her pointers. So she didn't really need to go off and do the lesson. Maybe she just wanted to try to.
Maybe she just wanted to brag in Pasadena that she's meeting the
Maybe
Queen.
she just wanted to kind of say, yeah, I've done it. I've got the certificate. But she would have been taught that. But I also noted that I saw Harry on a few occasions kind of correcting her or trying to give her advice on things she should and shouldn't do. And I noticed on the balcony, there was a few times when she would do something, you could see Harry like explaining something to her or pointing something to her. So he was obviously trying to teach her, trying to show her the kind of ways of how to do things as a royal.
Yes, that's a really good point. There is a video where you could tell he's telling her to look forward because
Yes.
of, and to your point about how it's, learn as you go. I mean, maybe that was a struggle to her because you want to be the very best every day. But that is a great visual for us when you think of the learn as you go, and her specifically doing that. Well, my next question was how long does it take to train someone to serve a royal? But it sounds like it kind of is just you hit the ground running.
You do, and it's an ongoing process. I mean, I was there 7 years, and I was still
Learning
from my point of
Wow.
view. So there's no kind of, but it's the same even if you are, again, if you're a member of the royal family and you join the family, you maybe say, how long does it take to learn the role? I mean, they're always learning the role, they're always developing it. You never, I think in life, you never stop. In fact, the Queen once said that you always learn, we always learn.
Yeah.
And I believe that. I think in whatever role you do, you are always kind of learning.
What member of the royal family do you think would survive best without a butler? Who's going to be able to put on their own socks, shoes?
I would have said, immediately when you said that, I thought William. That was the first person I thought.
Aw.
Because William, he could just do his own thing. He's always been quite independent. But then so is the King and the Queen, the present Queen. But then you could even look at Queen Elizabeth because, I mean, I'm sure you know this, but when they stood up to Scotland to Balmoral, a few weeks before they'd go to one of the lodges on the estate, and it was just her and Prince Philip kind of doing everything. So they're all quite capable of doing that. But I think if you were to look kind of recently as who's been kind of self-sufficient, it'd be William and Harry. They're kind of, they're quite capable of doing their own thing.
Is it true that the King had somebody putting toothpaste on his toothbrush?
So I heard this story and I never saw anything to make me think that. I have a reason I think this is false, okay?
Yeah.
So I thought, what a great idea, okay? I thought this was a fair enough idea. So one night I decided to put toothpaste on her toothbrush because I thought in the morning it'll be ready to go. That was my thought process, yeah? Have you ever tried this?
It doesn't sound...
It sinks,
Yeah.
it's gone. In the
Yeah.
morning it's a mess. So I thought, well, it doesn't work. If
Yeah.
you put the toothpaste on, it immediately starts sinking through the bristles. So
Right.
it doesn't work. So it doesn't make sense. So I think it's one of these. I mean, I also read apparently he has his shoelaces ironed, which again is just ridiculous.
What about... Wait, I'm not done yet. What about the toilet seat?
I heard that.
That he has a travel toilet seat. I mean, that does sound like something I would do.
I would do that because it does kind of make sense, but it's just not something I could ever see him doing because he just wouldn't. He'd probably think, what's the point in that?
Yeah,
you know?
and he also, I mean, this is the same man that to me, he is thoughtful about the environment. He is thoughtful about waste. He's thoughtful about not just like wasting frequent flyer miles, but like wasting energy. It just seems like a waste of the energy to do some of the things that are the myths that have been built around him.
Yeah, I mean, this is somebody, you've got to remember, this is somebody who goes around switching lights off.
Yeah.
I've been in rooms when the room's gone into darkness, but he switches the light off, and I remember thinking, what's going on here? And I was in it. I remember being in a room, literally, and it's sorting something in a cupboard, and the light got turned off. And I remember thinking, I thought someone had done it as a practical joke, and then I realized it was him switching lights off, which is what the Queen used to do. So this is somebody who's quite, doesn't want to kind of waste energy, so it wouldn't make sense. Some of these myths it just doesn't make sense. Some of these things, but the thing is, somewhere along the line, somebody's either made it up as a joke or said something, and of course, you add a little bit of fuel to it, and it becomes fact.
Yeah.
But I've never seen anything to make me think any of these things were ever true, and it just none of it really makes. I say the toothpaste one, I tried it, so I thought maybe that is a good idea, but
Yeah.
it just didn't work.
I think it's obviously the craziest game of telephone ever sometimes when it comes to royal gossip. But what I love about the royal family is the mystique. And I'm constantly complaining about Harry and Meghan's oversharing. And I know it's funny to sit here and talk about toilet seats, but there's the reason that I think the royal family are so special is because
Mystery.
Yeah, well, the things like that can circulate, and you and I would genuinely, if we weren't sitting here right now, would sit in a coffee shop and laugh about that. And I'm not judging the king for it, but the fact that these stories can take on these big, you know.
They can, and as you only need a little bit just to kind of make it suddenly go. But I think that's the sad bit, and it's always going to be that. There's always going to be stories that can come out. I think if you said, I feel that they are entitled to privacy. Obviously, with what I do, I work in the media, as you know, I do the commentary. But I always try to. I was brought up as a very positive individual, and I was doing media long before I ever joined the royal household. I was doing television, and so going back into it, I wanted to be able to share my experiences, but in a positive way. And it was funny because I remember they said, we had a meeting many years ago, and they say that when you leave, you always are like an unofficial ambassador for the family because you work for them, and people are always going to be interested in you, and they trust and hope that we will always promote them in the right way. And that's what I see my role doing, working in the media, which I love doing, being able to kind of promote them and share them in a positive light, which there is another way I'd want to talk about them because they were very good to me. They were amazing employers, and it was great fun being around them and getting to spend time with all of them, including Queen Elizabeth.
No, I can testify to that. You're always very uplifting and positive about them, but in a genuine way, in a sincere way. Do you remember the story of, I believe it was a tabloid here, they somehow managed to get a job working within the palace. And one of the big takeaways from their brief time working within the royal family was that Queen Elizabeth had her breakfast in Tupperware.
I remember this.
First of all, how cute is that?
I remember because I was, and there was photographs. Do you remember all the photographs? And I was working for the king at the time. I remember that when it was all over the press, and we were all quite shocked.
Oh my gosh, how did you deal with that?
What was?
Did you start looking at each other?
Well, yeah, because you think who's going to be the next one to go in? Because you're always aware that there's a mole within the organisation. There's always moles in the organisation. That's how information. When they say that an insider, that's how the information gets out. Sometimes it's an insider that's got permission to do that, but normally it's somebody who hasn't got permission. And so when that happened, everyone was suddenly like, even to take your phone out in a room to look at it for some reason, you were frightened to in case somebody thought you were about to take a picture or something.
Yeah.
So it made the whole thing really awkward. But I think also it wasn't bad. It just gave a different insight into how the Queen enjoyed her breakfast. And I think seeing the kind of Tupperware pots and everything everywhere, I think people might have been surprised.
Charmed.
But then it's a good way, to be honest, it's a good way of keeping things fresh, because if you think about the cereal packets, and unless you get these clips now, if you have them in these...
This is a very logical explanation, yes.
They're good to get. You know, it's funny, my dog food, I keep in a Tupperware very similar to the ones you use for the cereals.
Yeah.
And I know I have friends that saw that article and now they keep their cereals in Tupperware.
Yeah.
So,
well, I mean, I think that they wanted some big expose, but what they got was the Queen is a very logical, adorable human being.
Yeah, and very practical.
Yeah.
As well, she's sensible with how she does things. So I don't think it was what they thought. I mean, it was still big front page. Obviously, it was front page news because somebody had got into the palace. That was the bit. It was a security breach more than anything.
Oh. But
what he saw and did, I think it was picturing of stroking the corgis and all that kind of thing. It didn't really shock anyone, I don't think. I don't think it shocked anyone.
Well, to me, it gave me the feeling that they're not as... it's just not as excessive when it comes to luxury. They're not dripping in jewelry all the time, and they're very real people. They're probably dressed comfortably when they're not in a room full of world leaders. I think it's important that we remember that these are real human beings.
They're real human beings, and the only time they get their private or their downtime is behind closed doors. So when people kind of say, I want to go behind closed doors, of course it's fascinating to see how they live and what they do, but that is the only, because they're in public display most of their lives, if you like. They're always being watched, they're always being followed. Everyone's looking and being positive or criticising what they're wearing or what they're doing, or they're smiling, they're not smiling, they're crying, everything. So when they get time for them, that's when they can just be themselves.
Escape.
And all I would say is, from behind closed doors, if you like, without kind of breaking confidence, the royal family you see today in public is very similar to the royal family in private. There's very little different, because they give us so much behind the scenes now that you do get it. So I think people should, people say, I want to see more. I'd say it's amazing the access that we're given. I think, be grateful for that access because they give us so much and they deserve to have their privacy beyond that, I think.
Were you even alive when they did the documentary? I think it was for PBS, where it was like Prince Philip, the Queen, their young family.
No, but I watched it the other day.
Did you? Because remember, it was banned.
I watched it. So it was done about 8 years, I think, or 7 years before I was born,
Yeah.
which is extraordinary when I watch it because it seems so long ago.
Yeah.
It makes you feel old.
Yeah.
But it was extraordinary. Now, I watched it, weirdly, I watched it the other day, the whole thing. I've never watched it. And it's fascinating. But what was interesting about it was it showed you how normal and down to earth the Queen was.
Yes.
Which I didn't even know. When I went to work for her, I had no idea about this documentary. And when I watched it, I remember thinking, what a great character.
Yeah.
And it's exactly the Queen in the royal family I got to know.
So you're saying that is very similar.
Yeah.
If you watched that documentary, that is who you knew.
Absolutely, yeah.
Oh, how wonderful is
the
that?
Queen decorating the tree with her grandkids. The Queen making the kind of funny comments and the giggling and the laughing and completely. But you've got to remember, there's footage now. There's YouTube footage where you see the Queen. There's a brilliant clip just now where there was a problem with getting some ambassador to a second floor in the palace, and the lift wasn't working. And Prince Philip's gone to fix it, not the butler. He's gone to fix it. And the Queen's leaning over the banister of the grand staircase, looking down to see where Prince Philip is, to make sure that they've got the lift. So the Queen and Prince Philip will actively involved in getting this ambassador into a lift.
Yeah.
Which is
so cute.
But that's what they were like. They were practical. They were very practical. The Queen was so practical. And I think people forget that because she was the Queen. They assumed she wasn't like that, but she really was. She was very hands-on.
And so that documentary came out. Everyone loved it. I mean, the reaction was really positive. But when they watched it, they thought they'd given away too much.
I think that's the problem. I think they felt that because of the mystique, they felt that it was too much. It revealed too much, which is why they decided it should be banned.
Put in the vault.
It's a shame, because I think it's such a great piece of PR for them.
Yeah.
It's a very different world, obviously, back then. And there was, one or two scenes, I think, that was said that people could misunderstand or take the wrong way, which is fair enough. But the majority was nicely done. And then they did that other documentary one that I watched in '92, which is why I wanted to dance and meet the Queen. And that was beautifully done as well. But that, again, was very similar to the 1969, but slightly different. You still got to see the kind of fun side and the jokey side, but it was a lot more, I felt it was a little bit more official.
Yeah.
You still got to see the comical side of the Queen, but on the other one, it was more of I don't know, I just felt it was a bit more bare, if you like.
Right. I think that's such a good template for the Wales family to work with. I love their social media videos. But again, I still think that what I loved about the Queen and Prince Philip was the mystery. And I don't want William and Catherine to give too much away because they're trying to stay relevant on all of these platforms where the people that get the most likes and most attention are usually misbehaving.
Interesting, they did a documentary for the coronation year, and that was the closest we've had in a long time for a behind-the-scenes documentary. I don't think we'll probably see another behind-the-scenes documentary of the King. I think, what's been done has been done. I doubt we'll see another behind-the-scenes. I don't think. I could be wrong, because he's done quite a few. He's done one in the Duchy, he's done one in Highgrove.
Yeah.
I think at the moment, especially with his health, that's obviously not something he's going to focus on. But I do think it's possible that William and Catherine at some point might potentially in the future, not now, but it is possible in the years to come we might see more of a documentary of them. But time will tell, because they are private as well. They're a lot more private, I think, than the King.
Yeah, and I really appreciated the vulnerability and the courage that we saw in Catherine's videos about her cancer. And it was really important that she did that, because I think she touched a lot of families in talking about her own struggles. There were a lot of people that could relate to her. I think that they're on the right track. I do think that social media in general cheapens everything, but they have to stay in the game. They've got to, you talked about how that documentary was such a great piece of PR. Unfortunately, it still is about doing that a lot. even though they're doing so much great work. Unfortunately, that just doesn't steal the headlines the way that something as beautiful as that documentary did.
The headlines are more, it's more to do with if something goes wrong or there's a protocol breach or something, that's when they get the attention. It's very rare that, or if there's a tour, in fairness, if there's a tour or something, then obviously it gets attention. But they kind of, if they do something, it's, it's less of newsworthy. It gets reported, but it's much further down the stories, much further down.
Is it hard to leave the royal fold? Yeah.
Very. It's because it's a way of life. For me, it was different stages of leaving. It was very interesting.
Wow.
Because I originally would have, when was it, be about 14 years ago when I actually left the household, as they did away with several positions, and my role was one of those positions were done away with. Extraordinary, the reason was because they're getting ready for the demise of the Queen. They didn't need the household.
Yeah.
So they were already doing the cutbacks. But it is difficult. But when I left, I still lived on the estate, so I still had that privilege of getting to live there, and that was equally interesting because then you've still got the royal the police protection. So if you'd come to visit me, you couldn't just turn up. You'd have to get. I'd have to through the police. I'd have to get the police to give you to do security checks. Yeah. So that continued up until a couple of years ago, and then I left the estate to move into a cottage on the Harrold estate, but not within the wall, as it was called. And then I did there for a couple of years. And only recently, in the last year, have I moved into a property that's completely away from the estate. It's still in the same area, it's just not on the estate at all. So, but it's very strange where when people come and visit me, I don't need to phone up the police control room and say,
you don't have to ask permission.
Coming to visit me or something. Yeah, I don't have to say get permission that someone's coming to see me. So
that's so strange.
So it was done in faith, which made it, strangely probably made it easy. I think if you suddenly left all that behind, you're going to go around thinking you feel vulnerable because suddenly you're in the outside world, and that protection is not there for me, it's there for the family, but it's nice. You get used to it.
Yeah, exactly.
You get used to that lifestyle.
There's another American, I think, misconception is probably that you made a ton of money doing this, but the reality is you're not like a millionaire for working with the British royal family. You typically do it just because you believe in the institution. Is that correct to say?
Yeah, I mean, they say to you that when you work for them, as I said, you become a sort of an unofficial ambassador, but they also say that it will probably help your career with whatever you decide to do. And because I'd done, as I said, I've been in private service since I was 19 actually. So I've been in it for a long time, until the age of, I think it was 34 when I left. And for me, being able to rebuild a whole entire new career through an etiquette school, a butler school, through social media, to become becoming an influencer has been extraordinary, because that was something I never thought I'd ever. I thought an influencer was some sort of skin condition when I first got told that that's what I
well, looking at some of these people online, it could be.
But it's amazing how suddenly you can create, and it is thanks to that. I wouldn't say it's not. Of course it's thanks to that. I mean, kind of getting known as this character, the Royal Butler, and because of my background, it's amazing. And now branching into so many other things like yourself, doing the Royal documentaries, doing these kind of shows, and now trying to venture to YouTube, which is going to be interesting. So I'm just trying different things.
You're going to be one of our YouTube friends now. We're going to have to tag you.
It's going to be, well, I had a YouTube channel for years, which had quite a big audience. I think it was about 50,000. But I've now decided to start all over again, and I've teamed up with the King's former senior gardener. We thought it.
Oh my gosh! You guys heard of Rupert Bell? Because Rupert Bell loves to talk about gardening.
Oh really?
I'll have to introduce you.
Okay, well.
But you're like royal.
So it's a royal butler and a gardener. We're going to team up and do a bit of etiquette gardening.
How chic!
And because my life's quite unusual, because I get to travel the world. I work on cruise ships. I get to work I've worked with everyone from Kelly Clarkson to Sabrina Carpenter.
Yeah. So
we thought, wouldn't it be fun to kind of film this and let people see what we got up to? So we only launched it a couple of days ago.
Oh. So this is the exclusive.
This is, it's brand new.
No big deal. I love it. I love an exclusive. So what is the title of the?
It's a very strange title. It's Royally Roman Nomads.
So cute.
Royally Roman Nomads.
So tell me about Sabrina Carpenter. Obviously, I have to go for the hard
Sabrina.
stuff.
So I was asked to go and do a show in London a couple of years ago. With the Dolan twins.
Okay, yeah.
Okay, so Dolan twins were YouTubers. I'd never heard of them. And I remember meeting them, and then Skittle came into the room, and I basically just thought, oh, she must be an assistant or something. So
An adorable assistant.
didn't take any notice of it. I was at the end of the room, and then somebody said, oh, can I introduce you to Sabrina? And I went, yeah, sure. And I didn't know who she was, and I met her, and we got chatting, and we got on really well, and she was just fun. And then she said, how are we going to do this? And I said, well, I'm going to teach you etiquette. And I said, well, let's have fun with it. So we filmed for a couple of hours. We had a lot of fun. There was a lot of downtime, so I got to sit and chat to her and asked her what she did, as you do, what her career is. And now when I see her doing these, friend of Taylor Swift, doing these concerts, I'm like, wow, that's...
Did you ask her if she stole Olivia Rodrigo's boyfriend? Because that would have been my first question.
No, I didn't even know. I didn't even know that was a thing.
I would be like,
Didn't even know
do you still have beef with Olivia Rodrigo?
No.
And what was Kelly Clarkson like?
Lovely.
Yeah, she's
Really
super
nice.
cute.
I really liked her, and I was one of her first guests on her talk show, which
Oh,
was
how
new
great.
back then.
Yeah, very
It
successful now.
It's huge, isn't it? It's amazing. But what I couldn't believe, they got a live orchestra in, and they played some, I think it was Rule Britannia and I Walked Out, and I tried to teach her some etiquette. But what was so sweet at the end of it, when the cameras cut, she turned around to me. She said, are you sure you were a butler? And I was like, yeah. She said, because I'm sure you're a comedian, which I took as a compliment. I thought it was really cool. And we've kind of, through a mutual friend who one of our team, we've kept in touch. In fact, some friends went over and watched our show this year. So we've kind of kept in touch, which is nice. So,
well, she's doing great. I mean, that's one of the probably most popular shows in the States. I suspect Meghan Markle will be on it soon.
But who knows? But the other thing I should mention was when I invited to go on a show and I got the message through from my team, I remember having to Google who Kelly Clarkson was, because
She's an American Idol.
Didn't even know. Don't worry. I've trust me. Even when I met Neil Diamond,
Rhinestone Cowboy. You didn't know Rhinestone Cowboy?
No.
Oh my gosh! You're just out there in the middle of royal land.
When I met Neil Diamond, I asked him what he did.
Oh my God!
So trust me. I'm quite good at putting my foot in it.
So was he nice?
Oh, he's amazing.
Okay, good.
Lovely, a great guy. It was such a great fun getting to. He was friends of a farm at the Bedfords who I used to work for, so I used to see him quite a lot. So I obviously got to know him, but an amazing guy. And he used to invite me to his concerts. I could never go because whenever he invited me, I was always back in Scotland.
Yeah.
And I once said to my mom, can I go to the concert? She was like, no, you cannot. You've got to come home.
Oh my gosh. I can't believe your mom wasn't like, ask for a +1. It's Neil Diamond.
No, she wanted me to go back home. She didn't want me to go to the concert.
You.
So
Very
yeah,
popular.
she was quite strict.
Yeah. So are you violating any privacy rules if you tell me if any celebrities showed up at the King's doorstep while you were working for him?
No,
Did you have any VIP guests?
I mean, it's kind of talked about a lot of the Beckhams, the Alan Titchmarsh, Judi Dench, all
Judi Dench, she's been such a great support of Queen Camilla.
I adore Judi, and I'm very lucky that I also know Judi. I've known Judi for a number of years.
Does she FaceTime you from the bathtub?
No, she doesn't FaceTime from the bathtub. No, she doesn't. But she's been I'm very lucky to have had her as a friend for a long time, and I remember her well, and she's obviously a good friend of the King and the family as well. And she's an amazing human, one of the kindest people you could ever meet. And her family, her daughter Cynthia and her grandson Sam are amazing as well. She's got an icon, really, isn't she?
She is.
Icon.
Yes, all over, even for us. Talk to me about the Beckhams, because there seems to be a real bond between David and the King. And I think for years we assumed the bond was between David and the boys, but he's been really close to the King as of late.
Yeah, I think the King always has known him for a long time because of the boys. So he's known the King for decades. So, but it's interesting. I think as David's obviously his career, his life's moved on into different areas, it's now very much in line with the King's views, beliefs, the things that he's passionate about. And so it kind of, the two of them have definitely become a bit of a force, joint team. And I think that's what resulted in this, which people have said is an unusual friendship. But it doesn't really surprise me because he has known him for a long time. So it's quite nice, and of course now there's these. I don't think it's rumours. I think it's fact, isn't it? Official, that obviously with the knighthood, which is not really surprising because of the amount of work that David actually does with the King's Foundation,
right?
With the King as well.
And everyone says, like, this is a dream come true. And I'm actually excited for him. I'm like, well, if this is what he aspired to do, then good for him.
And again, if that was obviously David's, one of his kind of dreams, that's what he wanted. And I'm a huge believer that if you've got a dream or ambition or something you want, why not? Right down to, I always said that Catherine, Kate Middleton, meeting her prince, marrying a prince, falling in love with a prince.
I just had this conversation. So what if that was her plan?
Exactly.
That's amazing.
That's what I've said.
Yeah.
Even if that was the plan, I don't think it was, but if it was, what's wrong with that?
You go, girlfriend.
If you've got a dream ambition, why not?
Oh my gosh, there's this huge conspiracy that Hailey Bieber used to stalk Justin Bieber online, and I'm like, I've been there.
Yeah.
I'm just mad that it wasn't me. Okay. Wait, I wanted to ask you about David Beckham standing in line to honor the Queen. He stood in line for almost 12 hours. Having seen him around the royal family, did that surprise you at all that he would stand in line to queue to pay his respects?
No, I think he obviously wanted to do that.
Mm-hmm.
And in fairness to him, he wasn't trying to make it obvious he was there.
No, he had a cap on.
Yeah, it was only somebody eagle eye spotted him. Otherwise, he probably.
He is a hunk.
Well, actually, when he walked into the chapel, I think quite nicely he removed his cap out of respect, and that's when the cameras obviously picked up.
He's just
it was there.
Perfect.
But
I just melted when you said that.
But I think the fact that he queued for that long is amazing, because obviously there was a lot of talk at the time about certain people that didn't queue and that kind of queued.
They share a last name with me. Philip Schofield.
I was going to mention the name. But I mean, I think the tricky part for me is I was at the Queen Mother's, I went to the Queen Mother's line and state, and I didn't actually, I will admit, I didn't queue. This was 20 odd years ago. And I remember there was a separate way that dignitaries and VIPs and celebrities or friends and family could go in. Mm-hmm. And that has changed, thankfully, because I think they felt it wasn't fair that people were queuing for as long as they were, and then other people could come in, unless you were obviously royals family came in a different way. Right. But other than that, everyone else had to do, celebrities, everybody had to do the other way. Well, I think it's fair enough.
I would queue for you.
Oh, that's nice. I hope that's not for a long time.
No, hopefully not.
But I'll let you know.
Well, I want my audience to go follow you on your new YouTube channel. We will link to it in the description. And I've had so much fun with you today. Thank you for giving me an etiquette lesson.
And we'll have to do this again.
Yes, we will soon.
Maybe do tea the next time.
Oh my God, please. Yes, and you could slap me for how undignified I am. But Grant, you were so precious, and I just love spending time with you, and I cannot wait to read your new book.
Oh, thank you. Hope you like it.
I will. I promise. Bye, guys. Welcome to Royally Unfiltered, the show that takes you behind palace gates like never before. This is where tradition meets truth and nothing is off limits. I'm Kinsey Schofield, and I am so excited to be here with world-renowned royal author Hugo Vickers and former press secretary to Queen Elizabeth II and King Charles III, Dickie Arbiter. What a mouthful your title is, Dickie. You have a pretty great resume. I'm very impressed with you.
Thank you very much. I've worked for it.
Yes, and Hugo, you know what? I was reading your Vivian Leigh book this week. My suitcase was too heavy to bring it for an autograph, but you're not just a royal expert. You've done so many other wonderful things too. So I just love that I'm with these two brilliant gentlemen. We're going to talk royals today. Trooping the Color, it's one of my favorite events. This is, I think, my third or fourth year out for trooping. Dickie, tell me some of the highlights for you while you were working within the royal fold. Are the royal family as excited about trooping as we are, as royal watchers are?
Well, let's first of all put trooping into context. Okay. Trooping into context as we know it today sort of had its beginnings around about 1744 with the reign of George II, because he thought it was a good idea to celebrate the official birthday. But historically, it goes back even further, because in the days when battles were fought during the day on the ground in fields, and the walking wounded and those still alive would have to go back to their camp, they didn't know where the camp was, but the banner, their colour, would be trooped in their lines where the tents were, and that's where they would make for. So it was a sort of signal of where to go and sleep for the night before you got back into battle again. And it's been developed into what we know today as Trooping the Colour. And successive reigns have used it to celebrate the birthday. Queen Victoria was a bit reticent. They actually had to drag her out in 1897 for her Golden Jubilee. And even then it was at Windsor, not at Horse Guards Parade where it is now. But it's a very special day, not only on the social calendar, but on the sort of general calendar. It's something people must see. And if you haven't seen it, and you've obviously seen it, go along and see it. You have to.
Hugo, it's visually so stimulating, but it also, I think it's important to remind the world, because everybody covers this all over the world, that the royal family is such a strong unit. I mean, I look at them on the balcony, no matter how full or how small the group is, and I see unity, and that's something we can look forward to this weekend.
Yes, and now they've, of course, quite recently invented this idea of working royals. So it's only the working royals who appear on the balcony. Because I think at one time, I know Dickie would agree with me, the public sort of seemed to think that the taxpayer was paying for all of them. And the Queen used to invite all the cousins and all the little ones, and so the whole balcony was
I counted the balcony once, there were 52 up there.
52, but she isn't, of course. She wasn't paying for all of them at all. But so now it's just the working royals, you get that. And yes, and of course there are these different regiments in the guards, and they all have colonels, and most of them have royal colonels. So they are on parade, and Princess Anne, of course, as Gold Stick, also rides in the procession, and it's a fantastic occasion, and it's something of great military precision. I mean, the Queen was incredibly observant of anything that went wrong, and indeed would point out anything that went wrong after the parade was over.
She would actually see, from where she was sitting, she would look at the Household Cavalry, the horses on the far side of the parade ground, in front of the Guards Memorial. And if a horse was lame, she would tell the colonel, there is a horse that is lame there. She could spot a lame horse from 200-300 metres away. But Hugo was talking about Princess Anne being Gold Stick. Gold Stick was, I suppose, akin today to a personal protection officer. And she traditionally is there as the personal bodyguard to the sovereign. And she does it pretty well, doesn't she?
She does it very well. There are two Gold Sticks, as you know. They're the Colonel of the Life Guards and the Colonel of the Blues and Royals, and she's one of those. So she's not on every single year. She alternates, I think. Yeah. But it's very good. And of course, the most amazing thing, if you ever want to know anything about what you should think about the late Queen, was in 1981 when these blanks were fired, and there must have been a moment when she wondered whether her husband or her cousins or her son had been shot behind her. Somebody rode up to her to assure her all was well. She dropped the reins, controlled the horse, went right through that whole parade and back past it. And I was actually watching on television, and the commentary, they mentioned it as a scuffle there or something. Nothing was said until the news later, and then, of course, it broke. But it shows really her enormous courage, because that could have been very serious.
Well, and we saw something, Dickie, was it Australia? Where was it where King Charles had a similar
It was in
incident?
Sydney. Yes. He was making a speech by the Sydney Opera House, and somebody fired blanks, and protection officers leapt in front after the event.
And you just see how strong this family is. I mean, there's real courage behind both of them in that moment.
The King, then Prince of Wales, he didn't flinch. He sort of looked, wondering what was going on. And likewise with the late Queen. And she did control her horse. She was on Burmese, something a horse had been given to her by the Royal Canadian Mounted Police. Terrific horse, absolutely perfect in a parade, unlike the horse that the King rode his first year, which was last 23, and a horse called Noble, again given by the Royal Canadian Mounted Police, very skittish, and all his horsemanship to control the horse. But having been a polo player, he knows how to control horses. He was also a hunter as well, on horseback, so he knew how to control horses.
Well, you were talking earlier a little bit about his back pain, and that might be one of the reasons why we see him in a carriage on a nice little cushy cushion. Take me back to that event where he tells you, like, my back is killing me, and you had to say, like, stiff upper lip, we've got to get this show on the road.
It was actually at a polo match in the early 1990s. He was playing at Guards Polo Club, which is just outside Windsor, And it was a charity match, an international, but a charity match. And at the end of a chucker's about 3 minutes, 4 minutes, and then there's a break where spectators go onto the field to push down all the bits of turf that have been kicked up.
I know how to do that.
And he lay down outside the clubhouse, and it was all sort of fairly sheltered. And he said, I can't go on. I said, well, it is a polo match, and you've got to go on, because if you don't, there'll be a lot of media speculation as to what is wrong. And I'll give it 10 out of 10. He did get back on the horse. But when you've got a back problem and you're on a horse and you're playing something like polo, it is excruciating. And that's why he always has a cushion in the car, and he always has a cushion on the back of his chair. And it's just one of those things that you have to live with in life.
Well, I think it's so important that you bring it up, because we'll talk about some of the other people a little bit later in the show. But the fact that consequences are constantly on the working royal's mind, consequences. Even though I am physically in pain, if I don't show up, there could be negative consequences. It might reflect negatively on my mother, who's the queen. I mean, I just think that is one of the things that makes the royal family work, is the fact that they're constantly considering the consequences. I mean, thankfully, they have people like you to step in and remind them.
Well, it's interesting you say that, because, sorry if I'm hogging this, Hugo, but when it was announced that he had a cancer, that he was allowed to carry on working, but he wasn't allowed to do his secondary role, which is head of nation, which is going out into the country and meeting people, which is what he really enjoys, and he enjoyed it when he was the Prince of Wales. He insisted on being driven to Buckingham Palace, because that's the office, rather than doing his work behind closed walls in Clarence House, so he could be seen. The late Queen used to say, I have to be seen to be believed, and he believes that too. So he was seen. In other words, I'm okay, I am having treatment, but I am working, and I am doing my constitutional duty.
Hugo, I'm only kind of kidding, but do you think that Meghan was hearing you have to be seen to be believed when she uploaded the twerking video? Just kidding. You don't have to answer that. You don't have to, but I do want to ask you, I think as an American, what I get so excited to see, and I wonder if it annoys the royal family, or if it annoys people that are just, this is your royal family. I love that Louis steals the show. I love Louis. I can't wait to see what he does. Everything is just so authentic. He's full of joy. He's full of happiness. Do you think that the way that Harry and Meghan have talked about how the royal family dismissed them because they stole headlines, do you think that there's any of that when it comes to the beautiful Wales babies and how we are all so excited to see them?
I think the Wales children are, absolutely amazing, all three of them. And I think that going back to the twerking thing, when I saw that, I thought that it was something had been created by people who really hated her. It was a kind of like a fake news thing.
Yes.
Because I couldn't believe there could be anything quite so ridiculous and in such poor taste. And then it's opened up the question again of, because she's holding her tummy and, was it a fake pregnancy, et cetera, et cetera? I mean, was there no pregnancy at all? All those issues. But of course, what they're doing the whole time is reinventing themselves so that they can get headlines. And as things seem to go wrong the whole time, they're always having to do new things over and over again. And that our royal family doesn't have to do, because they're working within the system and they just keep going. And yes, I mean, Prince Louis is a wonderful character. I mean, he was sort of taking off his brother the other day, flicking his head and things. But he's very funny.
Yes.
So, maybe he'll do something. But I just hope that he will always be, a good, fun person, that he won't sort of like go completely out of control at some point. But let's hope not.
It's interesting, though, how all three of them look after each other.
Yeah, they do.
They cover each other's backs, and it's absolutely terrific. And Hugo raised the sort of whole business of Louis flicking his hair and sort of rolling his eyes like his brother. And it was a lovely touch.
Yes. But of course, I've said it many times before, but I think Princess Charlotte is a grown-up masquerading as a 10-year-old.
Yes.
And I mean, she is completely amazing. And the way she looks out of her eyes, I mean, I think she's like the Queen reincarnated, don't you?
She's actually a bit like a matriarch.
Yes.
Yeah, well, and we need matriarchs. Yes. I think she's fantastic.
The way that she will, settle down, or look up. I
Yes.
mean, and I've actually seen video of the Queen doing that to Prince William. Look up. So
and to Prince Charles in the earlier days as well.
So
I found a
sweet.
picture of her doing that to him too.
I love that.
Yes.
I love that.
Yes, he always had a picture of boredom on the balcony, didn't he?
Yes,
young
there's one of
child.
her sort of pointing her finger at him rather sort of fiercely. Yeah.
Well, when it comes to trooping, what can the American audience look forward to? Because they're going to be watching probably on TV. What are they looking out for? I think mine, of course, is the balcony shot. Also, is it RAF that flies
Yes.
ahead?
Ours is called the RAF, yours is USAF.
Yes. So I think that those are two things that I look forward to. But I think this year I'm just excited to see Catherine healthy, because last year we were seeing her for the first time after a while because of her cancer diagnosis. We know that she's in remission now, thankfully. But last year there was still a little uneasiness when it came to Catherine.
And she looked amazing.
Oh, so
She's
good.
really good. I think one of the great moments of the trooping, of course, is first of all, you get the foot guards, but I love it when the household cavalry come past, don't you?
Oh,
King's
absolutely
Troop.
terrific.
And you hear the jingling of the sort of, that's an amazing moment.
It
And I
is.
think one of the magic moments of the whole parade. Look, this is pageantry at
Yes.
its best, best in the world. But one of the highlights of trooping is what they call the spinning wheel. There's 400 musicians. They're doing a circle. So in the middle of the circle, the guys are virtually static. They're just shuffling their feet to sort of keep round in the circle. But on the outside of the circle, they're really marching at quite a pace to keep up. But this whole 400 musicians, they do a complete circle. So they start one way from the Cabinet Office end, which is the Downing Street end. They march towards the Admiralty building, Admiralty Arch, which you can't see. And they, halfway through, they do this spinning wheel. They march back again.
Oh.
It's fabulous.
So pretty. I am so excited to see it. I love just to be in the middle. I get up really early and I elbow my way as close as I can get.
Big elbows.
Yeah, oh yeah, look at these things. And then I have my digital camera and my phone, and I'm just trying to catch it anyway. And then I brought a British flag, but I always have some sort of like British something going on so that, and my nails this year, British flag, corgi for the Queen. But I just think it's the most fun. We just don't have anything like it in the States. I love the way.
Well, every country is different.
Yes, but yours is better. It's fun.
And ours is
I said it.
historic, goes back several hundred years, so we've had a bit of practice.
Yes, yours is better.
Ever seen the changing of the guard at in Monaco? That's
Yes.
almost pure Peter Sellers.
Guard change in Athens is pretty good.
Is it, right?
It really is.
Yes.
It's fabulous.
Oh,
But
wow.
Yes.
that's another
Bucket
country.
list. Okay, so we were talking about this a little upstairs, and Dickie, you made some great points, as did you, Hugo. The Telegraph reporting that William and Catherine are under growing pressure to up their workload, that they need to support the firm more, and it's less about being around, their immediate family. We heard a little bit of this type of chatter before Catherine's cancer. Then everybody left them alone. They said, go deal with that. So I feel like it was inevitably going to start up again. Here we are today. Dickie, I think it's a little bit unfair. I do feel like we see a lot of Catherine and William, and shouldn't there be a moment of just figuring it all out before you're thrust into the main job?
It's grossly unfair, and it's all about filling up column inches in a newspaper. They want a royal story. Let's create a royal story. To say that they're not doing anything is absolute nonsense. I mean, there are times when William does things and they don't bother reporting on it because it's not sexy enough.
Yes.
There were a couple of photographs of William. You had difficulty finding him in the crowd in Rome for the funeral of the last pope. He does investitures. You occasionally might see a picture, if it is a celebrity, getting a medal at Windsor Castle. He represents British football or English football. He was president of the Football Association. He's now a patron. He'd be criticised if he wasn't pursuing them and going to their matches occasionally. You can't win. As far as Catherine is concerned, she's doing a fair amount of work behind the scenes. Just because it's not in the court circular in the newspaper doesn't mean to say she's not working. Yes, there is a family. It is a young family. She's doing what all working mothers do with a young family, but they are working, and they are working in support of the king and the wider family. So all this nonsense just fills up column inches, and it will continue. It happened in my day when there were a lot of royals. There were 15 of them. Now there are 6 of them, or 7 of them, and it'll happen, and it'll continue happening. If that's what they're happy with, let them fly with it.
Hugo, I want to ask you, because we did see the Princess of Wales this week. She looked amazing. Surprise, surprise. She was visiting the new V&A. This is the East Storehouse, and it's a new museum that opened to the public 2 weeks ago that is at Queen Elizabeth's Olympic Park. Can you explain this to me? Because you're very well in the know about this new venue.
Well, they V&A had, they had a huge fundraising campaign to build, and I think because the V&A, although it's quite a big building, wasn't big enough, and so they've done that. And of course, she's been very involved with all those things for a long time. She's also patron, I think, of the National Portrait Gallery, and so that's one of her spheres of interest, which is nice. And so it's great that she went down to see it, and I'm sure she will have been very popular and also very much enjoyed it. I
love walking around, and I believe it was at the V&A Museum. They have a little plaque that has her name on it, and I was like, oh, I'm gonna take 50 pictures of this thing, even though I'm surrounded by all of this gorgeous art. I'm taking 50 pictures of a plaque with Catherine's name on it. Do you have any response to the criticism that Prince William and Catherine aren't doing enough?
Well, I first of all have great sympathy, particularly for Prince William, if you think of the position that he's in, because one of the problems of the Prince of Wales is he never knows when he's going to become king, and if your father's ill, then of course that becomes more urgent. And also last year his wife was ill, so there he is with an ill father and an ill wife and 3 small children. And I do know that they spend a lot of time going to school matches, involved school runs, all sorts of things, because the parents are always very discreet about it. But I think it is actually one of the sort of things that a modern father has to do. Because I remember when Prince George was born, watching Prince William sort of negotiating the car seat, and he was driving himself, and he had the open shirt. And I thought, well, that's very different from the vision of Prince Charles when he picked Prince William up when he had a chauffeur and he was wearing a tie and so forth. And I think it's very important that he should be a modern father and to be a hands-on father. So actually, I personally don't criticise him one bit. And of course, as Dickie says, they are actually doing quite a lot as well.
I'd like to add in, on that as well. He was criticised for spending time watching football. Well, that's part of his job. He was criticised for spending too much time on his Earthshot Prize and too much time down in Monaco making a speech and saving the seas. He's not doing anything different to what his father did when he was Prince of Wales. He spent time at the Prince's Trust. He spent time talking of architecture, about the environment, about business in the community, and about the Duchy of Cornwall. Prince William is also Duke of Cornwall. So he is working. Just because it doesn't make headlines, just because it's not in the newspaper, doesn't mean to say they're not doing anything. They are working.
Yeah, I love that you said that. Also, I'm glad that you brought up that a lot of the things that he pursues mirrors his father, because there is the other criticism is royalty with a lowercase r, as if he's making these drastic changes. But the reality is he is still doing a lot of the same things that his father did as the Prince of Wales. I mean, even Prince Philip, with how enthusiastic he is about the environment. So I'm glad that you said that. I'm glad I have such handsome and smart royal experts on the panel today, because I agree with you wholeheartedly. I'm sorry in advance.
You do this every time. You apologise every time.
I apologize in advance. Let's talk.
It's
Meghan
H&M
Markle
again,
going to
isn't it?
Disneyland.
We know what's coming.
Yeah, you do know what's coming. Brace yourselves. All right, Dickie, how much do you think, when you look at that Disneyland slide, how much do you feel like Meghan tries to emulate Princess Diana? Because the second I saw those pictures, I thought, this is just Meghan trying to be Princess Diana yet again with those images, trying to show us that. I also believe she's trying to monetize her children, but she does things constantly that just feel like a carbon copy of what Diana did. Nothing original whatsoever.
She doesn't even come up to Diana's kneecaps. So, you know, to emulate Diana, impossible. There was only one Diana. There will only
And she was a pain in your butt sometimes.
Yeah. And there will only ever be one Diana. I think, and I do question, is there a sort of historic personality disorder here? Because it's all about me, and I need plaudits about what I am doing. And every time you blink, there's something else. And I just wonder whether there is something of that nature within the makeup of the family. But, you know, to keep on and on, coming up with something new. I think the latest thing is about a restaurant, isn't it?
Yeah.
And you'd end up with your food with floral petals on top and sort of trying to get rid of all that sort of stuff to get to the proper food, if indeed there is proper food.
Oh my gosh, if I want a process to get through my food, it's gonna be a king cake, you know? Like there's at least a prize at the end, which is the little baby. I guess, so you don't really see, do you not see, to me it's blatant that she's trying to be Diana because I think she's trying to pull in Diana's
Try what you
audience.
like,
Yeah.
but it's not going to work.
Yeah. Oh,
You know,
okay.
At the end of the day, it's about being yourself. People used to say that Catherine is the new Diana. She's not the new Diana. She is Catherine.
Yeah.
In her own right. She's a personality in her own right. She does things the way she wants to do it, very different to the way that Diana did it. We've moved on from then. Sadly, Diana left us in 1997. She was divorced in 96. They separated in 92. She was a different era. Yeah. We are 30 years on from that.
Although they made some of the best television in the 90s. I will tell you, you know.
Made some of the best television in the 90s, and the current Prince and Princess of Wales are making some of the best television in the
I agree with
21st
you.
century.
I can't disagree with you. Hugo, I think you kind of touched on this earlier about how the royal family doesn't have to chase anything. You know, they're so, first of all, they've got these schedules that they work out. Everything makes sense. There's an ultimate goal at the end of the day. It's always about somebody else, not about themselves. Is there such thing as oversaturation? Are we being oversaturated with Meghan Markle right now?
Oh, well, yes, we are. But it's very interesting what you're saying, going back to the trooping the colour. Somebody once wrote a very perceptive piece saying that the Queen, as she rode back to Buckingham Palace, just looked straight ahead. And one of the reasons was she wasn't sort of, you know, like a prime minister, she wasn't seeking election. She knew that her position was secure and that she could do that. And so she just went straight ahead. And that was very important, I think.
Sorry to interrupt. And by doing that, she was doing what her troops were doing, looking straight ahead.
Well, yes, absolutely.
Discipline.
Yeah.
Yes, exactly. And I think that was very important. In a way, I just wish that, I mean, here we are talking about Meghan Markle, but I suppose because she's it's a sort of soap opera thing and it's controversial. I mean, there will come a time, I suspect, when people will get completely bored with her. And that is a time I rather look forward to. And it'll all go quiet. And then they will sort of disappear. The other thing which worries me very much is those children will grow up and they will realise that they've been used by her. We see endless images of the backs of their heads. We see them at Disneyland with a heart over their faces. I mean, can't they go to Disneyland without being photographed? I mean, can't they just, without posting every single thing? And those children will also realise at some point that they haven't met either of their grandfathers or in their knowledge. And I think there'll be a terrible revenge, probably.
Yes, Google is going to bring some truth that's going to hurt them.
They're going to see this because there's a time when children grow up and they look at all these things and it'll all be very visual and very much they'll be very aware of it. And the other thing, of course, is that the lovely thing about the Wales children is that they go to school together in England and they're perfectly safe and perfectly, I mean, I know which school it is and I know where the school is, but nobody bothers them and they're left alone. But I mean, you know more about American schools than I do, but I mean, this is all going to be quite worrying when those two are going to school the whole time, is it not? I mean, it's going to be quite dangerous. And they've been given princely titles, which they don't need in California. The whole thing is ridiculous. It hasn't been thought through at all.
Because I don't think I was astute enough to recognize this, is there an example of a royal that put themselves out there too much or didn't talk the talk and walk the walk? I mean, immediately I think Fergie. Was there a time where somebody misbehaved so badly that people checked out? they rejected them. There was no longer any interest.
Well, some people rejected Diana too, didn't they?
Well, some people rejected Diana and some people rejected Fergie.
Most people rejected.
And if you go further back,
Yes.
there was a certain rejection of Wallis Simpson.
Yes, that's a very important name.
That's going way back, but
Well, there was
that
never
was a
any
different
acceptance of her in the first place.
Yes, but that was a different life altogether.
Yes.
It's almost like Meghan had a little bit of a benefit because there was a huge celebration around her, and people did. I mean, I started out loving her, so it's
British people did too.
Yeah.
Yes, the goodwill that was shown to her at that wedding. I mean, the crowds in Windsor. I was in Windsor at the time. Amazing, but she managed to turn it around very, very quickly by all sorts of bad examples of bad behaviour. Yes.
Yeah. I'm sorry to go here again, but our next topic. Now, I actually want to ask you about trooping still before we move on to hotels, because did you know that Meghan is accepting an award on Saturday night, the same day of Trooping the Color? Which is also like in LA. She's accepting this award at a museum, a history museum in LA. Apparently her lawyer is on the board, so that's a convenient connection. I'm sure that that's how she got this. While the city is burning down, there will be Meghan Markle with a glossy trophy in her hand. Does it surprise you at all, Dickie, that she would not sit this one out so the king, who has cancer, could have his birthday celebration?
I think the time element, it plays in our favour because there's an 8-hour time difference.
Yes.
So by the time she gets the award, the British papers would have already gone to bed with all the pictures of Trooping the Colour and all the misbehaviour of Prince Louis and George and Charlotte putting him down, telling him to behave himself. Yeah. So it'll make the Monday papers. Yes. But it won't make the Sundays because of that 8-hour time difference.
Well,
Thank you, God.
Yes, that's a very good point. I just think what is the purpose, Hugo, of all of these awards? Is it so that they're more sellable to brands? I don't look at Prince Harry's aviation trophy and think that it gives him an ounce of credibility in any direction whatsoever.
No, I'm afraid I don't understand them at all. And I think a lot of these companies are probably very happy to kind of get hold of them because they get some publicity for whatever it is that they're promoting. But that's about it. But it passes me by, I'm afraid.
Yeah, for this, it's for Meghan serving underserved communities. And I think to myself, who's underserved? People that don't get enough fruit spread? Because all I've heard from her for
going out and doing a bit of charitable work after the fires.
Oh, with the 3 or 4 hugs with the camera crew in her face? Yeah. What are your thoughts on the idea of her opening up the hotel? She made a comment to, I believe it was Fast Company magazine, I'm going to hold off on restocking and launching any new products on As Ever because I want to figure out what As Ever is. So I'm looking forward to the first quarter of 2026, and that's when I will make this announcement. And then within days, she tells Tina Knowles that she's pumping the brakes on As Ever. Tina Knowles is like, well, what are you going to do? Kind of putting her feet to the fire. Like, that's odd. As another female entrepreneur, I don't understand that decision. 2 days after that, or less, she posts that she is restocking within the next few days. So there's this yo-yo of information coming out. She tells Fast Company that she kind of sees As Ever. There's a hospitality element in its future. And then The Sun reports that she's looking to open up a hotel. I have never seen something so chaotic and so unorganized in my life, which is saying a lot considering my presidents over the last few years. So, Dickie.
When I was growing up, which was quite a long time ago, we used to have a saying, if you were doing everything, that you were a jack of all trades and master of none.
Oh, yes.
I rest my case.
Yeah, there you go. There's your mic drop. Hugo, it's fascinating to watch somebody make so many poor decisions.
Well, yes, it is. And they come so thick and fast, as I said, largely because the first one doesn't work out. So she then tries to think of something else. And I think that's probably why there's so much tension in their household and why staff find it so difficult, because they never know what's going to happen next.
I think the problem is their staff is changing all the time.
Yes.
And with new staff come new ideas, and then they don't work, and then they get rid of them and they get somebody else. So I think a lot of blame must be their own staff coming up with ideas. Let's try this, let's try that, thinking there's a bottomless pit of money. There isn't a bottomless pit of money. You've got to start earning in order to survive.
And you've got to keep going, haven't you?
You've got to
Things
keep
don't
going.
work out immediately. So you've got to keep, sometimes, I mean, some of the best companies in the world have started up very badly, and then
Absolutely.
as time goes
and it's
on...
no good starting up something new all the time. Concentrate on one thing and make a success of it.
Yes.
You will know if it's not going to be successful. Don't hang on if it's not going to be successful. Get rid of it and give yourself a bit of breathing space and then come up with something new.
Right, because by Meghan's account, as ever, that launch was, according to her, a success. She says, I sold out. I sold out in 45 minutes. She's told us that several times.
How many jam jars were there?
Exactly. We want specifics. But according to Meghan, that was a success. And if you think back to 1 year ago now, she, through Nacho, announced American Riviera Orchard dog biscuits the same day we found out we were going to see Catherine, the Princess of Wales, at Trooping the Colour. So it does feel like she gives up too soon. And it, to me, doesn't make sense in this particular case because she's told us, I'm winning in this space. I'm excelling in this space. Well, if you were really excelling, why wouldn't you commit to the bit?
Yeah, exactly. No, I completely agree with you.
It's very frustrating.
Yeah.
And I'm not going to go stay at a Meghan Markle hotel. I don't see the value in that. She's just all over the place. She's all over the board. And podcast host, she's a calligrapher, Netflix host. Did either one of you sit through all of the episodes of season 1? There's a no. That's a strong no. Did you watch all the episodes of With Love, Meghan?
Yeah, I did.
You did?
I did.
We need to get you a trophy. You need to have a Glossy Award.
I've watched all of them. I've wasted so many hours of my life, but I'm busy. I'm multitasking at the same time, so I've got the screen of what I'm watching there, and I'm carrying on doing a bit of work.
Well, how are you ever going to concentrate and learn how to freeze ice with flower petals in it if you're multitasking?
It's fairly easy. It's not rocket science.
So when you watched all of the episodes, were you surprised to learn that they were going to give her a second season?
I was surprised. They're giving a second season because they filmed everything they wanted in the first season.
Yes.
They'd filmed it already. So
they filmed it already, and the thing is that they're monetizing it until the end of the contract comes about, which is, it's up fairly shortly, isn't it?
In September.
I doubt there will be
Are they going to re-sign?
So that's the conversation we've been having lately is, will there be will they extend it?
I can't see it.
But the conspiracies are they conspiracies? They're on the Daily Mail. Are that Netflix wants to keep a relationship with Meghan specifically in case the relationship goes south, because they want to have access to her and they want to make sure that they're who gets the exclusive. That's a pretty cynical take, but I'm not surprised.
But also the other side of the coin, if they really want to have the possibility of approaching her, they can end the contract. She will always go back to them. Doesn't mean to say that they will always go back to her, because she'll always want them before they want her.
Well,
because that is a platform to promote Meghan Markle.
Meghan. She's also close to Paramount. We saw them, without doing any promotion for their projects on Netflix, we did see them go to promote One Love, which was a Paramount project. They showed up on that red carpet. And then I think it's the CEO's wife is featured in With Love, Meghan. She's definitely keeping nice with them. And she spent some time with Jeff Bezos and Lauren Sanchez at a Beyonce concert, which I thought was interesting because Harry had a relationship with Amazon's video platform. Before they signed with Netflix, they were supposed to do something with Invictus. I think that they had to move that over to Netflix, and unfortunately that was a commercial failure, the Invictus thing with Netflix. So you see her mixing, you see her networking. She's definitely the more aggressive one of the pair, but I take that back because Prince Harry literally pitched Meghan Markle to Disney. It was a Lion King event where Beyonce and Jay-Z were
she does voiceovers and nothing came of it.
Oh my gosh, how awkward was that? That was so awkward.
You know, at the end of the day, what could conceivably happen is that Netflix will cut their losses and say, right, that's the end of the contract. they put her on the back burner in the event of they might want to use her again. This time they can call the shots on how much they pay, and it won't be in 3 figures.
Because the return on investment just was not there.
Yeah, the other thing, of course, a lot of these companies do is to sort of sack somebody, because that gets them a lot of publicity as well. You know, you hire them and then fire them later. That can be very
They got
effective.
them right at the beginning, you know,
Yes.
Duke and Duchess of Sussex, big names, just arrived in America. Let's get them while they're fresh. Well, they've been there 5 years now.
And look at what they've produced. That's one commercial success, slamming the British royal family. So many historical errors, factual errors throughout that. They couldn't believe they weren't nominated for an Emmy. I'm like, anybody that's checking what's being said along with history books is going, well, you probably didn't win an Emmy because this is not in the right category. This is story time. This is pretend.
And you were asking about, you know, did I watch With Love? I watched the first one, and of course I watched the very end bit because I wanted to see when Prince Harry would be wheeled on.
Hugo.
Why?
Shame on you.
Well, I wanted to see when Prince Harry was wheeled on at the end, just to give it a bit of credence. And I wasn't wrong. He appeared.
And that was so awkward.
It was a spare part. He was right at the back.
Spare, still the spare. There are reports that he's going to launch a commercial venture in the next few weeks or months. I can't for the life of me think of what that could be. I thought maybe an alcohol brand. They say Meghan is coming out with a rosé. So would Prince Harry also come out with an alcohol brand? It is truly like it
gives us something to talk about in 3 months' time.
Yeah, thanks, Prince Harry. But also get a real job. Hugo, he has to feel like something's missing in California.
Well, he must do, yes. I mean, it's a bit like the Duke of Windsor, you know, who, if you'd woken him up at 4 a.m. and asked him if he had any regrets, he would have said no. But just look at his eyes, you know, look at Prince Harry, and he looks miserable the whole time. As you know, my theory is that he's petrified of her and petrified of losing her, which is a horrible syndrome to be in.
Duke and Duchess of Windsor married in May 1937 and never lived happily ever after.
No. Oof. But she had a certain amount of dignity and looked after him very well, and that's not going to happen this time around. So I don't see there's a comparison between those two ladies anyway. A lot of people do, but I don't.
Yeah,
because she, you know, she was a very reluctant, didn't really want to marry him. He just wanted to get away, and I mean, unless he's really stupid, he must have realised they wouldn't accept her, and he put her into a really difficult position. And this situation is rather almost the opposite, really. I mean, Prince Harry, you know, presumably was complicit in the whole thing, but he must wonder sometimes what he'd given up. You know, I mean, I like making the comparison that one minute he was Captain General of the Royal Marines, which is a very distinguished position, and the next minute he's lying barefoot in the park in California. You know, where does this lead? It's a bit like, I'm afraid, Diana on that boat at the end.
Yep.
Utterly miserable. I mean, you know, when she had so much that she could offer, so much she could contribute, and she's just stuck on a stupid millionaire's boat.
Yeah. And you can disagree with me, but I felt like that entire thing was just to upset Dr. Khan.
Oh, I'm sure.
Yeah. I felt like that entire escapade was just to affect one person, and it changed everything. It ruined everything.
There was also an element of boredom. I remember speaking to her a few days before she went off to the south of France for the second time. Why are you doing it?
That's what I'm concerned with Prince Harry. He had a purpose. He had a true calling, a true meaning here.
And he was good at it.
Yes. Yeah.
And you're always happier if you're putting things into life than taking things out, which is what he's doing now. I mean, he was very good. I mean, you know, I saw him in the Caribbean and they loved it when he played cricket with the kids. And he was, you know, he was engaged.
He was superb. He had contact with people. He was very good in the army. Army is family. And the first time he probably ever actually felt he had family around him. But after 10 years, he gave it up. He gave it up because he was being pulled out of operational. No young guy wants to be pulled out of operational because that's what they join the military for. But there are 1,000,001 jobs to be done, and you can't be operational through the whole of your career. You've got to do other things. He didn't want to do that.
One of the things we talked about, this Telegraph article that's kind of critical of William and Catherine about how they're not doing enough, but they also mention that Prince William talking to Prince Harry is not a priority. It's not on his agenda. I almost don't have any issue with that. I mean, I should just say I don't have it. I feel like Prince William focusing on the future of the monarchy, his family, and staying above the fray is the best possible way to go. Harry and Meghan attract drama, and he has really come out looking like a leader throughout the last 2 years between the multiple cancer battles and never complain, never explain, just keeping his head above water throughout all of the accusations.
He has shown, sorry, Hugo.
No, I agree with that, yes. But
he has shown that he is a leader. He also knows full well that any contact with his brother will be all over the American media in a nanosecond. And he's not prepared for that. And he's just not interested. And he supports his father. His father, yes, obviously hurts because no parent likes the idea of a son going off-piste, wants contact. But Harry has shown that he cannot be trusted, that he cannot have a conversation without it being broadcast. And the family are not prepared for that.
How unfair that you feel like you can't communicate what you need to communicate for your sanity with your sibling because you know it will end up in writing somewhere.
Well, that's the trouble, yeah. I mean, the other day Prince Harry was going on about how long would his father live and things. Well, I mean, if he isn't talking to his father, how does he know anything? But I mean, he was speculating. That was not helpful at all, not at all appropriate either. And so, but I'm afraid Diana did the same. I mean, one of the problems when the marriage was going wrong was that everything was ending up in the Daily Mail.
She always had contact with the newspapers.
Yeah.
She had a friend worked on the Daily Mail. She did that dreadful interview for BBC Panorama. She cooperated with Andrew Morton, the book Diana, Her True Story.
Talk to me. Tell me about that because I've read about you. I've read about you in this scenario. Did she lie to your face and tell you that she had nothing to do with Diana?
She lied to everybody.
Oh,
She lied to everybody.
Let's role play. I'm Princess Diana. Do you call her in the room like a principal and say, "Sit down, I need to talk to you about something"? Like paint this picture for me, like your beautiful tie.
We had word at Buckingham Palace that this thing was coming out, serialized on a Sunday Times for 2 consecutive Sundays. Now, in London, the Sunday newspapers drop at 10 o'clock Saturday night outside Charing Cross Station in the centre of London. And I went up and bought the Sunday Times. And I read this at about 10:30 at night by the time I got home. And my eyes came out like organ stops. I didn't believe it. And I thought, I'll leave it till the morning. And I phoned her at 5 o'clock in the morning. Said, "What's this?" She phoned me at 5 o'clock in the morning and said, "What do I do? What do I do?" I said, "Ma'am, you've already done it." I suggest you pour yourself a stiff whiskey and do nothing. "What do you mean by that?" I said, "You don't go out today, you don't go out tomorrow, you don't answer the telephone, you don't make telephone calls, you've got an engagement on Tuesday, I will be with you. Aside from that, you keep stum. Nothing, no contact with anybody. By the way, did you help him?" And there was a stunned silence, and she vehemently denied having helped him. And yet there was so much in there of her words.
And the palace did such an excellent job of dismissing any association. Absolutely not. Diana wasn't involved, to the point where people started to call Andrew Morton a liar. And Andrew Morton gets nervous about this. So Diana works with him behind the scenes to go to one of the sources that was on record, go to her house and embrace her with a photographer, just behind the bushes, so that she can almost give her little stamp or her endorsement after the palace has done such an excellent job of killing the credibility. You're watching her work behind the scenes.
She lied to her brother-in-law, who's the late Queen's private secretary.
Oh, that's right.
She lied to everybody, and everybody stood up for her and briefed the then head of the Press Complaints Commission, Lord MacGregor, who came out in her defence. What were the words?
Well, what were the words? Yeah, I mean, it was
something like blood on other people's misery or something like
something
that.
Like that.
But he came out in her defence, and it took almost a year for it to actually come out that she had helped Andrew Morton indirectly.
Yes.
Indirectly through a friend of hers, Dr. James Coulthard, who took a tape recorder into Kensington Palace asked the questions that Andrew Morton had given him, and Diana answered them, and they were recorded on tape cassette.
And that's very her as well, I hate to say, because she could, if it sort of didn't happen, she got away with it, then it just didn't happen at all. You know? I mean, like after the Hewitt affair was over, it had never happened, you know, in her mind.
Because it actually came out around about this time of the year.
Oh, wow.
In 1992.
And am I not right in thinking also that, of course, you have to put the timeline right, is they all knew about those tapes that were going to come out. And so they all wanted to get their stories out before, you know, the Squidgy Gate tape and the Camilla Gate tape and things. You put it all in order, it all begins to make sense.
Oh my gosh.
But they should never give interviews, that's the other thing. They should never do it.
No, none of them.
They come back and bite you.
They do. Well,
Hard.
especially with Harry and Meghan, when they say something, like we have receipts from 3 months ago, 3 years ago, where they say the exact opposite. It blows my mind that they don't realize that they said something completely different a few years ago or a few months ago. When you have Bradby sitting in front of you asking you about racism, and you're saying, I never said that. Meghan never said that. The press said that. Did she say racism? It's unconscious bias. You just redefined an entire conversation that happened a year ago. Why didn't you come out the next day and say it wasn't racism?
It actually happened in the Oprah interview, because she raised racism when she was being interviewed on her own by Winfrey Opry, that it happened when she was pregnant.
Yes.
About 10 minutes later, Harry came into the interview and said it was raised before they got married.
Yeah.
So when was it?
But Oprah's not paying
was it?
attention. Oprah's not paying that good attention, or she wouldn't have, but should have challenged that right there and said, well, when was it? Or are these people just blatantly racist all the time, which we know they're not?
And the awful thing was that by playing sort of a racism card and a mental health card, she made it very difficult to be criticised in the immediate aftermath of that, because otherwise you were going to get into big trouble.
Yes, it was impossible.
Yes.
If you said that it wasn't true, then you were automatically considered a racist. And so you were in a very difficult position to talk about it at all immediately following it.
And the Tom Bradby interview was interesting because you could see him sort of biting back every now and again. But I was thinking to myself, one of the considerations he has in his mind is this interview going to suddenly end? If he goes too far. So he let a lot of things slip past, didn't he? And
But
probably hoped the viewer
Very little challenging.
Yeah,
but hoped the viewer would realise that he, you know, what he was doing. But
they never talk to anybody that will push back, though. Do you think the audience is keen to that, where they've realized that if Meghan is going to sit down with somebody? Because I found out shortly after the Drew Barrymore interview that Meghan had access to all of the questions. You know, when Drew organically brings out a picture of her and Princess Diana, that was approved by Meghan. You know,
I'm sure. Yes.
As a consumer, let's just pretend I like them enough to purchase something from them. It takes, all credibility is thrown out the window when I see that you never are asked tough questions and you tap dance to ensure that you're, but wait, from the palace perspective, would you say you would only give Prince William to somebody that you know is going to be gentle with him? No,
gentle doesn't come into it.
Really?
You know, if you're going to be up against an interviewer, then you've got to be prepared to answer all the questions. Now, in my day before I became a courtier, I was a broadcast journalist. And I interviewed, I'll give you an example. I went to interview Prince Philip on one occasion. Now, on that particular day, I had received in the post the latest edition of the Worldwide Fund for Nature newspaper, in which the headline story was about third world countries paying off WWF bribes in order to turn a blind eye to poaching. So I raised that question. My first question to him was that very issue about bribes, and he went apoplectic until I produced the newspaper. And he said, oh, I haven't seen this. And then he read it, and then we carried on with the interview, and he said, well, it is rubbish. But I challenged him right at the very beginning. And if you're going to put yourself up, then you've got to be prepared to answer tough questions. I mean, we take the King when he was Prince of Wales being interviewed by Jonathan Dimbleby, which was a disaster, because the genesis of that whole interview was going to be something soft about the Prince's trust, what a fine fellow he is, how he's helped young people, interview young people, a sort of mixture of talking heads. But it changed. Goalposts were moved by the private secretary, and he...
Wait, so did the king know it changed? Did the king know it changed before that?
Allegedly, the private secretary said to me, oh, he's decided this is the way he's going. I said, well, you realise it's going to be warts and all. Is he prepared for that? And they said yes.
I don't think he knew that particular question was going to be asked.
I don't think so, but he was asked about his relationship with Diana and his relationship with Camilla at the time. And he said the marriage had irretrievably broken down, which is why he was seeing Camilla. But you've got to be prepared to have tough questions. Occasionally, the interviewee would ask, what's the line of questioning? When I interviewed Charles when he was Prince of Wales, I was never asked for a list of questions. When I interviewed Diana, and I did the only solo interview with her before the Bashir one, I wasn't asked for a list of questions. There were some controversial issues and she answered them without blinking. So you've got to be prepared. If you put yourself up, you've got to be prepared to answer the questions. Unfortunately, the media today, they don't push back. They don't answer the probing questions, or they agree to a list of questions and don't deviate. If they deviated, and if the person walked out, fine, the question's been answered, hasn't it?
Yeah, if
But
you're storming out, I think that tells us enough
it's a whole
about
new
the answer.
ball game
Well,
today.
yes, yes.
Whole new ball game.
That's very true, Hugo, because specifically with Harry and Meghan, I see the Prince and Princess of Wales and the King and Queen talk to everybody, talk to all sorts of different outlets. But when it comes to Harry and Meghan, they've got a core. People Magazine. People Magazine's always very generous to them.
Right.
Like things like In Style, or just these, I don't know, just people, again, that are not going to challenge them. So it's to the point where my eyes almost get lost in the back of my head when I see people exclusive about Harry and Meghan, because I'm like, did Meghan actually make the phone call? Because it's possible.
Yeah, well, People Magazine are going to do it because it sells magazines, doesn't it? But there's going to come a time when the circulation drops off. And why is it dropping off? Oh, because people are bored with the interviewee.
Because it's just a glorified press release, and that's not what we want.
No.
You know, we want somebody that says, but what about this? Is, you know, Hugo, is this one of the problems with Harry and Meghan, that there is that lack of authenticity, and because we're not seeing the truth and because we're just seeing their version of events, it's just, we can't trust it.
As long as they're the Duke and Duchess of Sussex, the media will fall over their tongues to get them.
Oh my gosh. Hugo, let's just go get in line right now to Parliament. I think it's right down the street. We'll get some sticks. We'll have "We want privacy" written on one side so they know we're representing Harry and Meghan. But also let's try to get those titles removed. I mean, that's going to be... Do you ever see that happening? But either of you, do you ever see that happening in the future?
Well, no, because first of all, the government's got more important things to think about.
Very
and
much
it's
so.
going to be, and also it would look sort of
Petty.
vindictive and petty and things like that. But I mean, I personally agree with you that, of course, it's one thing to say don't use HRH, but Duke and Duchess of Sussex still is what they're trading on. I've said it a million times before, we would not be in the slightest bit interested in anything that Meghan Markle said if she hadn't married Prince Harry.
Oh my gosh, isn't that the truth? And
Simple
wait,
as that.
I have been challenged, and it was you, Hugo, that I was talking to. Someone told me that Diana... Did you tell me Diana did not get stripped of her HRH, but she wanted to?
Well, again, I mean, Dickie had more to do with her than I did, but she had a habit of changing her story as time went on.
Yeah.
And I was told, actually by a cousin of the royal family, that she was asked by the Queen, did she want the HRH or did she not want it? And she said, no, I don't want it. And then afterwards said, oh, they took it away from me. Somebody also told me that her lawyer said she would get a better deal if she didn't have the HRH.
Oh,
So that I also heard. Would you?
And
It's
Dickie, I read that she was telling Richard Kay to put things in the newspaper about her HRH to generate sympathy. Did you hear that at the time, or did you?
Well, Richard Kay was a great mate. They used to
Yeah.
they used to meet and sit in the car and talk a lot. The whole business of HRH is sort of fairly common, that it does go with separation and ultimately with divorce.
It now does, but it didn't then.
Yes,
It's now been laid down, which is much more
It
sensible.
didn't then, but the reason for asking whether she wanted it, and it wouldn't have made any difference whether she had it or not, she was Diana. She was a draw. She was an attraction.
Like Madonna or Cher.
Yeah, she could have been called anything.
Meghan Markle.
She was an element in her own right. So the fact that it did go away, it's a mix. You know, one person says one thing, somebody else says something else.
But it's so extraordinary that a couple of things occurred to me. One is this: when they'd gone through all that hassle with the Duchess of Windsor's HRH, you know, which some people say it was illegal the way it was done, and certainly the Duke of Windsor minded bitterly. She didn't mind so much, but he really did mind, and instructed everybody in Paris to call her by Royal Highness. I remember hearing them do it.
Yeah.
And the other thing, which is so extraordinary, is so that was one issue. So then it all comes up again. In 1961, I think it was, the Queen agreed with the Duke of Windsor what was going to happen for the funeral, his funeral and her funeral. And one of the things which was agreed way back in 1961 was that flags would fly half-mast on the day of the Duchess of Windsor's funeral in Britain. And they did.
Oh, they did?
Yes, they certainly did, and nobody bothered or thought about it. Well, what happens when Diana dies and there's no flag on Buckingham Palace? We know the reasons why there wasn't. I kept saying to I suppose I better not say which news company, but anyway, one of them was very much involved with at the time, please show Windsor Castle where the flag is happily at half-mast, you know, because it was a military fortress.
Yeah.
And Buckingham Palace never did that.
I'll correct you on that, because the flag wouldn't have flown at half-mast at Windsor because the Queen was in residence.
No, she wasn't. She was in Balmoral.
Oh, that's right.
For the funeral?
No. The funeral wasn't at Windsor. So Windsor Castle has always flies either the Union Standard or the Royal Standard. The Royal Standard is never at half-mast, as you know.
No, absolutely.
So the Royal Standard, so the Union flag, Union Jack, was at half-mast all that week on Windsor Castle. There was no flag at all on Buckingham Palace.
And we tried all that week
to
get them to listen, because when Diana died, I was back in the office at about 4:45 on the Sunday, 4:45 on the Sunday morning. I phoned Windsor Castle to get their flag down to half-mast. I phoned Balmoral, I phoned Sandringham. No flag over St James's Palace. There was nobody in residence at Clarence House. And again, Clarence House traditionally didn't have a flag flying above it, except the Queen Mother's flag. And the flags came down to half-mast. But we tried to get the message across. There had to be a flag flying. And we kept on getting the message back. Well, they've got their minds are focused on too many other things. But by the time we got to the end of that week,
Well, what the Queen actually decided at the end of the week was that, because when she came down to London, naturally her Royal Standard went up, and as soon as she went to left Buckingham Palace for Westminster Abbey, she technically came out of residence, and at that point they did the flag. But she was reluctant, quite rightly, I think, because it was a break of tradition, and I suppose that was always what the drama was, wasn't it?
It was about tradition. No flag had ever flown from the mast at Buckingham Palace since 1837, when Queen Victoria first went there, other than the Royal Standard.
Well, that is a beautiful way to end the show. I mean, I could talk to you guys all day. Agree with us, disagree with us, let us know in the comments below. Make sure you like, subscribe, and share this video with a friend. Fascinating discussion. Hugo Vickers, Dickie Arbiter, loves of my life. Thank you so much for being here today, and I had a blast. Hi all, welcome to Royally Unfiltered, the show that takes you behind palace gates like never before. This is one of my best, most favorite panels in the entire world, because today I have for you royal authors Tom Bower and Robert Jobson. I can hear the applause across the United States. Thank you so much for being here today. This is the first time I get to meet both of you in person. Did you feel butterflies too?
Always, even when you appear across the pond.
Earthquakes. Very California. Speaking of earthquakes, I feel like the biggest headline over the last few weeks, really, related to the British royal family is this idea of a royal reconciliation. And we have some of the top aides having these super secret meetings here in London, conveniently papped, photographed, and every last detail in the Daily Mail. Tom Bower, what was your reaction when you saw those headlines?
I thought it was confection. I thought it was manipulation. I thought that it showed, firstly, Harry absolutely desperate. I thought that Meredith Maines, who is a very aggressive PR for the Sussexes, got way beyond herself because she really doesn't understand the British royal family or Britain, but understands how to project her clients. And so I think she got it wrong by leaking it, or even letting anyone know about it. Right. That was a great mistake. And I don't think it'll produce what they hope. And I think in the end, I don't think the Sussexes themselves know what they want anymore. But so I thought it was a terrific story and just reflected the opposite of what probably the leakers hoped it would show.
Oh, that's such a good point. Jobson?
Well, I mean, it does look like it's a Sussex leak. I don't necessarily think it is. I'm more of a cock-up believer in these things. It was my understanding that Tobin was the guy that wanted them to go outside, and things like that. So the photograph was everything. You've also got to remember that these are effectively talking about, these are communications people. They're not private secretaries, and they're not the people that necessarily speak to the king every day. They would have to, but he would know about it. He would have known about that meeting via Clive Alderton. Tobin would have had to clear that he was meeting these people as it was with Harry. I'm not sure who benefits out of it terrifically, really. I think that maybe the Sussexes, as Tom quite rightly says, are looking a little bit desperate at the moment. I think this Angola walk we've just seen him doing again what he did in 19, that his mother did. It's a bit like a one-trick pony, Harry, and he's reaching out. He's obviously desperate for this reconciliation, really, because of course we know that his father's still he's been treated with chemotherapy, and he's already said publicly he doesn't know how long he's got left. So maybe they want to get discussions going about the all-important things that happen at a time when people are coming to an end, money, I think.
Well, I think it's more than just money. I think what Harry fears is that when and if his father dies, his brother will banish him from Britain. I think that the hatred amongst William and Kate, rightly so for what Harry has done, and Mr. like ink poison, is absolutely irreversible. And what Harry fears is that once Charles passes on, he won't be let into Britain at all. And that is a major problem for him.
It is a problem, but the reality on that as well, we've also seen, haven't we, the story by Victoria Ward in the Telegraph, where they were talking about, and that upset the palace quite a lot about talking about funeral arrangements and things, and how William and Harry wanted him to be centre of that. Look, it's difficult to know. One thing I agree totally with Tom with is a reconciliation with William is not on the cards whatsoever.
Tom, do you think that King Charles is capable of forgiving Prince Harry for all? I mean, we heard that specifically he was overwhelmingly devastated over Harry's shots at his wife, Queen Camilla, the Queen Consort. Is it a situation where, I say all the time, I think he has a soft heart? Or is this about legacy? And is this about looking like the bigger person? Because he preaches a lot about forgiveness. We heard him talk about open borders. Sometimes he's very kumbaya. And I wonder if he's trying to put his money where his mouth is by making peace with his son, because how can we take him seriously when he's meeting with Ukraine and Trump and trying to make peace as a global leader when he's not even at peace with his son?
Well, I think I disagree with you about that, because Charles, when he was the Prince of Wales, was absolutely unforgiving to anyone who said no to him. Oh. And in my book on the king, the rebel king, as it's called, my best sources were people who'd worked for him, and he'd been absolutely ruthless when he fired them. Oh. He had absolutely no time for anyone who said no to him. So he's a man who hates confrontation, and he has no forgiveness for people who don't agree with him. So I think the whole thing with Harry is it's guilt. I mean, it's guilt as a result of the divorce, the relationship with Diana, the fact that Harry is rather dim and he didn't look after him to make sure he had a role. But more, it was neglect as well in his teenage years when he was chasing Camilla and all the rest of it.
Club H, is that what the...
Exactly, there's that and a lot more. But I think that now, when he obviously is feeling mortal, he would like some sort of settlement. But I don't believe for a moment that William and Camilla would allow or would ever trust Harry to come back into the fold. And I think that's a great problem for Harry, because the one thing he does need is a base and some security in Britain now. He's finding it very lonely and isolated in California, and Madame in Montecito is not making it easy for him. So he is at a loss. And that brings us obviously to the Angola thing, which is really a stunt. It's a pathetic stunt. you've got to look at the way that Harry has actually been badly advised, because after he lost that case in London against the British government to get armed protection, to do that interview on the BBC was just crazy.
Yes.
But he was taken there by Meredith Maines, who thought this is the way to get our voice across. And one thing you wanted at that moment was contrition. You wanted to say, end it all. But she thought, no, we'll go out and attack, just like here. And I think that is his problem. And he's got other cases coming up. He doesn't stop. He's in the clutches of lawyers who are making a fortune from all his litigation. And instead of being advised, cool it, if you wait a year, there may be some chance. He's doing the exact opposite.
Jobson, let's assume that the Sussexes did accidentally leak this story, and it was an accidental Sussex cock-up, okay? Could Maines have done so with the motivation that they were going to have to guilt, to use Tom Bower's words, the royal family into this royal reconciliation, because now it's on the world's radar, and they're going to look really bad if they don't invite these two into the fold again?
I don't think the king would look bad. I think the king probably is, like any father, he had a very good relationship with his son Harry before the Meghan scenario. Better relationship with Harry than he did with William, and he'll have a degree of sadness and empathy. He was stopped really, but from any cooperation or contact really because of the government case with Harry was bringing against the government over security, and that he couldn't really get involved in that because that would be a constitutional problem. So I think that if you've got to look at this at the human level, I totally agree with Tom. I think that both William and Camilla will be advising that this guy's had too many chances. You cannot trust him. You certainly can't trust his wife, and that they are out of control. They use any opportunity they can to benefit themselves, and that's effectively what they are about. But I would have thought that I think the king probably, looking at the way he is, I do think he's a very empathetic guy. He's pretty ruthless too. But I think that he would probably want to at least have one conversation more with his son. And if that happens, it's probably Harry's coming over in September for World Child. The only real opportunity you've also got Trump around that time. Is Balmoral. And if he does come to Balmoral, then Camilla can go to Burke Hall for a couple of days. I can't imagine that she'll be there when Harry's there. So no, it's a possibility. I think it's a long shot, and I think that eventually the king will probably be talked out of anything. And even if he is considering it, I think a lot of people will be saying that this is not a good idea.
Well,
I must trusted.
Say, Rob, when Harry made that dash to London, when the king revealed his cancer, to my surprise, Camilla was in the room for the 30 minutes. And she was there to make absolutely certain that Harry...
Right. I don't think that's true.
You don't think she was there?
No, I don't. In fact, I'm pretty certain she wasn't. Yeah.
I have heard I'm not ganging up because I love you. You're a human teddy bear.
No. I'm not saying that. It's just I don't think that's right.
Well, let's say whatever happens, I don't think she's going to let the king be trapped into an argument with Harry.
You're right about that, yeah.
And he'd have to fly to Balmoral to see the king.
Absolutely.
But I think it isn't just the trust, I mean, Harry has made a fortune and still does from Spare and the Netflix series.
Absolutely.
And he said such terrible things about William and Kate and Camilla. I mean, he didn't say that. I mean, and there is another book there. There are another 400,000 words.
How many pages did he tell the Telegraph he removed from the original
400.
book? Because he didn't.
A few more.
So there's another book there with a lot
And Meghan told us she found her diary at Frogmore, and she never signed an NDA.
I hear you, but I'm just, all I'm saying as a father, if you are going through what he's going through, you did have a relationship. You can't. You do listen to. Obviously, you listen to your wife. Obviously, you listen to your son, who's your wingman and your heir. But there will be always, in any fatherly relationship, even with the biggest black sheep in the family, there's always going to be a draw there.
And I think it's interesting because we always say, look at what he did to William and Catherine, and that is very important. And I believe it was cruel. You're suing all of these newspapers for leaking private information while publishing
But
private
brothers,
texts
I
from
think brothers'
Catherine.
relationships are different.
My point
parents.
is, when you read the comments of the royal watchers and people that are really emotionally invested in this family, they feel like the ultimate betrayal was towards Queen Elizabeth in the last few weeks and months and years of her life, and Prince Philip. Prince Philip in a hospital bed, worried about what they're going to say on Oprah Winfrey. So, you know, when you think about the people that will have an opinion on this, whether it's the British public or just royal watchers in general, their real betrayal, they feel like the ultimate betrayal was to the Queen, who had given up her entire life for this role.
Except for actually, he said very little about the Queen. He said very little about the Duke.
But she was worried about the future of the monarchy.
But, I mean, you know,
and he
that
said somebody's
relationship with the
racist.
father, I think.
He was all going
relationship with his
but
father
Robert
is
was all
different.
going to come out in a lifetime. The Oprah Winfrey thing did. The book would have come out. Spare would have come out in her time, as did, of course, the Netflix series.
Well,
the
it all came out afterwards. Well, she died.
Well, yes, but the Netflix series was before.
It was being filmed, but it came out afterwards.
But they didn't know that. And what's even more important is that when he went to Philip's funeral, he'd already done the Netflix interviews. Yeah. He'd written halfway through Spare. He knew, as he stood with his family, what he was going to say.
He'd sold out. You know, this is the guy who sold out.
He was disloyal. But I think what we've got to look at the present moment is, I don't think he feels in any way guilty. I don't think Harry feels any remorse. And I think that is the key thing in all this reconciliation. He still thinks that he's owed an apology from Charles and from William for the way they've treated not only him but also Meghan. And he doesn't want to realise that it's his behaviour, his writing for money, being so unbelievably disloyal, that has caused and aggravated the problem.
Well, that won't be coming, will it?
No.
Well, what message does that send to the public and to other members, hardworking members of the royal family, if the king allows Prince Harry back into the fold
also
without
remember
any
the human side of all of this.
Well,
you know, everyone. I know that it's almost turning into the, you know, Peyton Place as a soap opera, but there is always the human element, and humans do things, you know, instinctively sometimes, and you don't know quite what the king is necessarily feeling. Yes, as a person, you listen to your wife, you listen to your other son, but also, as the king, you'll make your own decision.
Well, I think the other point, which is very important in all this, is the accusation by Meghan, supported by Harry, that the royal family is racist. And her account of the conversations, which was a lie by her, to Harry when he first met Meghan, and that fabrication, the damage that did around the world, especially in Africa and Asia, about the royal family's image, has been and remains colossal.
Yes.
And this is the guy, Tom, that then tried to backtrack on it after to say that actually it's all to do with
racial consciousness, subconscious racism,
and all that, you know,
unconscious bias.
Unconscious bias. And this is the guy that used a word that was used by the National Front to address another army cadet. This is the guy when he was a little boy that mocked an Indian bus conductor in a terrible way, and then wrote about it. You know, then wrote a letter to the bodyguard repeating it after he was slapped by his mother for doing that racist comment. And this is the guy that wore a Nazi armband. You know, and so, you know, to be lectured by someone like that, I find really abhorrent. Actually.
Well, I go further than that. I mean, all those things can be excusable as youth and all the rest of it. But the support of Meghan in her full story about the conversation, which was banter, and I know that from first hand, and was really inconsequential, to support that was his act of folly, because he was already a grown man at that stage. He knew the consequence of it.
He was pretty grown when he said the comment. You know, he was in his 20s when he said about a Pakistani fellow officer. But I do think you're right on that. I think that that racism, and it still sticks.
Tom, do you think it would embolden Harry and Meghan if they don't have to show any accountability and they're just, because of the king's soft heart, allowed to come back into the royal fold? Or
that won't happen.
Will it inspire them to repeat past behaviors if they don't have to?
Well, I think you've got to make a distinction. I think that Harry is desperate to get back, one way or another. Meghan couldn't care two hoots.
Amen. She's selling her booze.
She's in California. She doesn't want to come back here. Yeah. She's got what she needed. She's got a title. the C-rated actress is now a global star. She's got everything and money. So for her, and that's what's so interesting, is the division.
Yes.
And of course, people always say, well, can the marriage last? I think Harry is so devoted to his children that the thought of not having
and he wouldn't see them really. That's
exactly.
the point.
No, there's no way she would allow them.
So he is now he's between a rock and a hard place. That's his fate.
Does it not annoy you though? Because you're absolutely right. She couldn't care less if she came back here. But doesn't it annoy you that she's trying to sell tea and scones and
it's
she's
just
got
inevitable.
Her royal crest? I mean, isn't there a contradiction
she'll look at
there?
anything there that will make the money. I mean, she's simply, she's got a brass neck, as we would say. She really doesn't bother. She can see this way. She's probably looked at the king selling selling the Dutch originals for charity and all that sort of stuff, and thought, and it's almost, you look at the actual the logos and everything, it looks almost like the stuff from the Dutch originals. Look, she doesn't. She's on her own route.
It annoys me. Tom, we've seen a very chaotic rollout of multiple brands and multiple projects for Meghan in 2025. There's an anxiety attached to it. We first of all, we changed the name from American Riviera Orchard to As Ever. We release With Love Meghan. Products are not ready to go on the As Ever website, but it comes a few weeks later. She starts an Instagram account the same day it's announced that Tiggy has lost her stepson. Meghan's all over Instagram, hawking affiliate links. We launch a podcast, Confessions of a Female Founder, and then all sorts of new products that roll out through As Ever. Why does this feel, when she has the resources around her to make this smooth and make everything copacetic, why does it feel like a hurricane?
Well, it's chaotic, but that's where I disagree with you. I don't think she has resources. You see, to actually launch a brand with all these different products, you need a huge amount of money. You need tens of millions of dollars. And what we're seeing is that she can't find a financial backer. So I think what's happened is that she's launched these products in the hope that somebody will come along and say, there's money in this, let's support Meghan and her As Ever brand.
Oh, so hence the sold out, sold out, sold out.
Well, that's also distribution
Is that
failure,
what you think?
isn't it?
No, it's not distribution failure. She hasn't got the money to make it in the first place.
Yeah.
You see, she's made 50 jars of jam.
Yes.
Well,
they're sold out. Yeah.
They're sold out because she gave them away.
Right.
But the real problem is, if you want to make 50,000 jars, you need to have millions of dollars. She hasn't got the money for it. And what's interesting is that there isn't a CEO, there's no chief executive of the As Ever brand to actually develop her products. So there she is with all these ideas, but in the end, it all boils down to herself as the brand. So there's Gwyneth Paltrow and Martha Stewart and the Kardashians, but who is Meghan? And that is the problem. And therefore, who is the brand? So what we're really seeing is a sort of forlorn, ridiculous woman trying terribly, terribly hard. But you must give her credit for one thing. You never see her ever forlorn. You never visibly see the defeated Meghan.
Right.
And that's what's so interesting about her. I have great admiration for her strength. The strength of purpose, it may be misdirected, it is. Yeah. But my God, is she a fighter and survivor.
It's relentless.
These people, also the people that the PR are going on, apparently part of the deal when they're meeting journalists and things is they present them with a little box of these Meghan flower sprinkles.
Oh, yeah.
Are being distributed.
You've had quite a few of them, haven't you?
I haven't had any. I've had none.
He's got a kitchen full of them.
No, I don't think I'm in the flower sprinkle brigade.
That's very interesting that because we get a sense for who really Gwyneth Paltrow is. We know exactly who Martha Stewart is, but we've not seen a consistent Meghan. If your first introduction to Meghan Markle, and for a lot of people it was the Oprah Winfrey interview, that was an angry woman. She seemed bitter and she seemed vengeful. And then you watch the Netflix series, bitter and vengeful. and then all of a sudden she's pursuing joy in sweaters and cooking in someone else's kitchen. It's like whiplash. And so is she going to struggle to sell this brand when we don't feel like we've seen who she truly is yet?
Exactly right. I mean, she's not sure what her surname is. It's just Meghan Markle.
Meghan Sussex.
Sussex. No, this is not going to be a success, is it? It's going to be another in the long line of desperate failures that we've seen from the beginning of this whole branding scenario. What makes me laugh is that they launch a brand, they always launch a brand, and then they change the name every time they seem to do it.
Yeah, our archetypes.
There's lack of consistency, there's lack of planning. They press the launch button before they even got the fuel in the rocket.
Is the relentlessness we see from Meghan almost the actress, the young actress that was running from gig to gig, audition to audition, fingers crossed, I'll make it, and then you either make it or you don't. Like, she had pilots that she was excited about, but those pilots never took off, never saw the light of day. Did she learn this, did she learn this ability to just keep going, whether it's embarrassing or not, through the acting journey?
Well, I think you've got to go back to when she was 5, and her father, who was a great man, Thomas, and much abused by her, took her to an award ceremony, and they left on the red carpet. And she looks up to him and says, "Daddy, this is what I want to do." And that was it. At the age of 5, she always wanted to be in the spotlight, the star, and was just totally frustrated because of her limited acting abilities. And Suits would have disappeared forever. But she had one amazing ability, which was to find a man who needed her. And she played him brilliantly. The actress was sensational. And you really got to, if you don't mind me pushing my book, Revenge.
My favorite book. I love Rob Jobs too, but Revenge, I quote it like daily. This.
That extraordinary conversation she has at the Wolsey restaurant here in London with her PR woman, when she reveals that she's going to meet Harry on the secret date. And the PR woman says to her, "Well, do you know what you're letting yourself in for?" And she says, "Oh, I've Googled him, I've researched him, I know exactly what I'm doing." And that was critical when she met him at Soho House. And for the second date, of course, it's Meghan who rings Harry and says, "Let's meet again." I mean, she targeted him. She knew exactly what she was doing. He was a vulnerable man whose relationships with women had been disastrous, manic depressive very often, and she fulfilled his need. She gave him what he needed. And she played it brilliantly. She never intended to stay. She's got what she wanted now. I mean, a vast mansion, a few million, all the rest of it. But she's reached the limit of her abilities. That is her dilemma now. And he, in his naive, foolish way, doesn't understand the quandary, the dreadful position which he's in, other than he doesn't like it, but doesn't know how to get out of it because his advisors, who keep on changing, don't understand what's happening in Britain.
Well, this is a great question for you, Robert. He is recreating Princess Diana moments. Both of them, I think, cling to the memory of Princess Diana, who has become a martyr, especially in the United States. Does it get old? Is it like a broken record? Find something else, do your own thing.
I think that when he was part of the royal family doing that, had a bit of a resonance, really. But of course, Princess Diana's been dead a quarter of a century. And I think that to redo that again, he did it in 2019.
Wait, can I ask you a different question? No. Wasn't the Diana recreation initially a way to rehabilitate him when he was out of control as a young man? Are we seeing a full-on just copy and paste of a strategy used by the palace initially? They sent him off to Africa. They wanted him...
Yeah, that was different. That was a different time. When he went to Angola on the recent time, 2019, he reenacted the Diana walkthrough. I was there in the original walkthrough, which was all a bit farcical because I remember she walked through the minefield. It was all symbolic, and then the photographer said, "Oh man, we didn't quite get that. Can you do it again?" There was a mine went off, almost bang in the background. It was all set. It was very steady. There were no mines when she walked through. That had been cleared years before, But there was a mine went off in the distance because that was the way it was staged, and we asked her to do it again, which she did. So I look at that and I just think, well, that had resonance. You know, even when he was still part of the royal family, that you know, there were probably 50 photographers and journalists all on that trip. This just seems like you've played that role. You can't play your same hand again. He doesn't have the resonance that he used to have, and I think Tom's, you know, is right. Their brand is tortured, really. And this is the guy that was on the Freedom Flight. This is the guy that, you know, he wanted his privacy. The problem you've got here in a relationship with Meghan and Harry is this is a boy that, you know, was pretty much traumatised by media presence when he was little. He didn't really want any of this publicity. He was always attacking photographers. And she's someone, ever since she was on the red carpet, who's craved publicity. Mm-hmm. So this is a relationship based on one that wants to be out of the public light, doesn't want his children involved. And then that's why we see them get the back of their heads. And one that's desperate to utilise that.
And utilise the children.
And utilise the children. So you have this huge push and pull going on. It's never going to be, I mean, it's a terrible situation. And you can understand both of their perspectives. But Meghan, I think, is winning. She's the one who's got what she wanted, but on very little talent. Yeah,
she's absolutely winning. I would love to know what it's like after writing Revenge, because you're one of the first people to speak out again. And I shouldn't say it. You were the first. I don't want to say you're speaking out against them. You were just one of the first people that was brave enough to reveal some of the stories you'd heard, because they have been proven to be very litigious. They've threatened a lot of people, and they've taken some people to court, and they've won. When you read stories in The Hollywood Reporter, and then that incredible Vanity Fair piece, which I never thought, American Hustle, are you proud of your book? Because you basically opened up the floodgates, and I know you're not surprised by it, but how do you feel when you read some of these pieces coming out of the States?
Well, you're very generous. My career is built on destroying icons. So that, you know, I think it was the 27th book of being anti the heroes. But I think that there's so much more. Mm-hmm. I mean, that is what's so fascinating about Harry and Meghan, that it didn't stop when this book ended in 2022. It goes on and on. And I think in the end it is about the survival of the House of Windsor. Mm. I think that if they don't somehow find a way now to silence them, the House of Windsor is in great trouble. And that is really where both Rob and I, why we carry on, because there's
it's important. Yeah, it's important at this moment of time. You know, you're absolutely right that we're at a point where when William becomes king, and then Catherine, and you've got this whole opposite, this sort of renegade court that's going to be causing trouble continuously, and that will become the dominant factor of his reign, and that's something that the kings had to deal with. I would stress that I did do what Meghan wants Meghan gets,
you did.
And the tiara gate in around about the time.
You did.
Yeah, so
you did very well.
But you know what? I think of you as just a cuddly teddy bear.
Yeah, well, that's not fair. I did my books as well, but there we are.
You did very well.
Anyway, yeah. I do think that on this issue, Tom is absolutely right. This is critical times for both the King and for William, and they've got to work out what they want. They've got to work out there needs to be some form of, as you say, I don't know if they can silence Harry. I don't think that's going to happen. So they've got to come to some sort of arrangement with him. And this is what we're probably seeing at the beginning. But the biggest thing you've got a problem with Harry is, as you've said all along, trust. Mm. You know, he's got 400 pages of books that he could do. And I can't, I mean, look, you only have to look back in history. Edward VIII, another sort of character that you can link with Harry in terms of the way they behaved. He brought out his memoir and biography on the eve of the coronation. This is the guy that was banned from the coronation. You know, this was very damaging stuff.
The problem for the British royal family is now that whatever Harry says, it doesn't even have to be true. And it doesn't have to be
some
what
people
Meghan
will
says.
Believe it, yeah.
And that people will believe it. And my fear really is, amongst many fears, is that the King and William do not have brilliant advisors. Mm. I mean, we've just got to look at the way that they handled the photoshopping incident. Yeah. It was a disastrous management of a ridiculous, trivial thing. And I don't think they know how to handle part 2 of Spare or Meghan's diaries or what was going to happen, the American prince and princess, Lilibet and Archie, starting to cause trouble as well, and being in competition with William's children.
Which inevitably that will
Exactly.
happen. You know, you've got at the moment, we've seen them from the Wimbledon pictures of Charlotte and this perfect family.
Fuming in Montecito.
And then on the other side, in Montecito, these kids can be growing up, they're first cousins, they're the American prince and princess.
Exactly.
And it's going to be America versus Britain. What's wrong with our, our prince and princess?
Exactly.
And there's going to be a row.
Well, they'll have to be at the Super Bowl, won't they?
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
But they won't be invited, which is Meghan's other problem.
Right.
She doesn't get invited to A-list parties
But I
anymore.
reckon these young kids would be quite big, and that's why she branded them already.
They already have their own URLs.
I mean, and she writes a diary note to them every night or something.
Sends her emails. To
But
your
that's
point.
quite nice for any books that they want to do.
Exactly.
You know what I'm saying? It's actually very, very...
I've got an entire inbox that with mom stressing about how dad's looking through the bushes again, looking for photographers
my life
outside.
as an exiled princess, it's all there, ready to go.
Well, to your point about needing to get them to hush, I mean, is that what these potential secret summit meetings are about? Just
On the contrary,
desperation?
No, I think it is that the king, the Windsors here, don't know what to do about Harry.
But Harry's desperate, that's what you say.
Harry's desperate, but how do you reconcile that terrible history of him monetizing his disloyalty against the royal family who are getting old and suffering cancer and all sorts of it, with finding some sort of way through? And I don't think there's anywhere in the palace, let alone in Whitehall, a genius official who knows how to and can command respect. You've got to remember they were kicked out. The last great private secretary of Meghan, Christopher Gite, who was fired by Prince Charles and Prince Andrew for being too clever and too astute. And that is the problem, that the new breed are not good enough to actually find a way. And so we're stuck at the moment just watching the goldfish bowl go all the time, different colours, different fish, the same fish, finding some sort of solution.
And of course, the Queen had 70 years of loyal service with the Duke at her side for everyone to fall back on. The King, he's 3 years in the job. He hasn't got that. He hasn't got that same stability and sense of purpose, sense of trust from the people. And now you're going to be moving on all the way. You've got someone attacking you, and it's someone from the inside. Your son, it couldn't be closer. And I think that's been very, very damaging to the institution and very, very damaging to the family as well.
And unfortunately, because Harry and Meghan go through so many employees so often, when the royal family does lose someone with a significant title, that is splashed all across the headlines. And that's probably news that they, instead of really investing in great people or trying to seek out those people, I wonder if they're just trying to avoid similar headlines.
Well, I don't think, the trouble is that King Charles is a very poor employer because he only wants yes men.
Yes.
And that is a great problem. And he always has, as I explained earlier.
But doesn't he have that in common with Harry?
I don't think Harry makes the choices of the staff. I'm sure that's all done by Meghan.
Yes.
As they roll through them, it's her behaviour, her demands, which are fueling constant change. I mean, he doesn't know what he needs. And that, he is not educated to know that. I mean, here's a fellow with very poor exam results, the rest. So I wouldn't worry about it. She is very clever. Her problem is she's not clever enough. She lacks self-awareness. She doesn't realise.
Or believes she's too clever.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
I mean, that is a terrible dilemma to be in, that not recognising your own limitations. And so she's struggling the whole time. But it's, the truth about Meghan is she will always find a way in which she thinks she can win. And the casualties are irrelevant, whether it's her father, her old best friends, her first husband. There always will be casualties in her life. The question is, when will Harry become the casualty? That is the question that
I think he's already the casualty.
Yeah,
well,
I think he's...
but worse is, I believe
stuck
worse is
between the
coming.
devil and the deep blue sea, really, isn't he?
What about Trevor Ingleson? Why do we never hear from Trevor? I know he's happily married, has brand new kids, and his wife is very financially stable. I mean, well, I
wouldn't.
I think that he was really hurt by her to toss your rings
I know, but
in a
you
FedEx
just said it. He's got a
envelope.
wife. He's got children. I think keeping Sturm is probably the best thing to do.
Yeah, is that it?
If he wants to keep his wife and kids and some sort of semblance of normalcy, he'll avoid the Sussexes with as much.
You've got to remember the thing about Trevor is that when they had their wedding in Jamaica, there's not a single photograph or video that survived it. Meghan destroyed them all before she left the island. The marriage was never going to last.
Yeah.
And that's
Where was the photograph then? I did see a photograph of their backs looking out. I know there was one of Harry and Meghan from their wedding, but they did the same for the Ingleson wedding.
No, there were photographs of that. They did a lot of foreign trips together, checking out restaurants. But no, the wedding, and that was an extraordinary thing. I mean,
and didn't she get mad at her daddy for taking pictures or
and
video?
she took all his photographs away.
Oh my God.
And that's what's so interesting. He knows that he was used.
Yeah.
So if you know you're used, he's a proud man and he tried hard.
What happened to the ice hockey guy?
Oh, that was just... the man
we
of
believe
great
that was just a
interest-
fling.
That was a fling. No, the man who was really interesting was, of course, the chef in Toronto.
The
Yes,
chef.
the
Corey
chef.
Viteller. I mean, that was... And in my book, I tell the story how he was absolutely determined to get rid of her, but didn't know how.
Oh, wow.
So he was so thrilled.
Thank
when
God for Prince
came up.
Harry.
Exactly.
Well, is there anything else you'd like to say? I'd love your prediction on what's to come. How are we going to close out 2025 between these two?
I have no idea. I
Okay,
think
well,
I'm going to be very honest with you. I think everything is unpredictable.
Right.
Because the players, the game, the scenario is, we just don't know. And in all this, the biggest unpredictable is, of course, Meghan.
Yeah.
Who will she fire? Who will she hire? What will she do?
What is she going to release? Is she going to come up with the Gwyneth candle next? Please, for the love of God, no.
My only, I'm similar to Tom there. We can't predict the future, but I do think, given I'm having a conversation with someone very close to the King, who was talking very fond how close Harry and the King were, and that he was able. They were able to have good conversation. There was a love there. Maybe as I'm a soft old dad myself, but I think that there will be one last conversation, and I dare say Tom is probably right that it may well lead to the King being let down, but let's hope not.
Well, agree with us, disagree with us, let us know in the comments below. Robert Jobson broke Tiaragate, and what Meghan wants, Meghan gets. We are with a star here. And Robert Jobson, one of my favorite royal authors in the world, Tom Bauer, Revenge is my Bible. You guys know this, Revenge is my Bible. And if you haven't bought it, you need to order it now. Also, the audiobook is incredible. Very handsome voice on the audiobook, Tom Bauer. So make sure you like, subscribe, and share this video with a friend. Thank you two for being here. I've had so much fun talking to you.
The gospel according to Tom Bauer.
The gospel according to Tom Bauer. That's
Very generous.
that's my book, where I just follow you around. All right, thanks so much for watching, guys. Bye. Kinsey Schofield here. Welcome to Royally Unfiltered, the show that takes you behind palace gates like never before. This is where tradition meets truth and nothing is off limits. This week, helping me tackle the biggest, most important headlines is world-renowned historian Rafe Hadal-Manku and former press secretary to the late Queen Elizabeth II and King Charles III, the remarkable Dickie Arbiter. Thank you so much for being here. And boy, do I have the A-team for some historical and, it's incredible to watch the way that all of this has unfolded over the last few days. Dickie, you corrected me before we started shooting. Talk to me about 1917. What happens in 1917 that is similar to what we're witnessing today?
Well, in 1917, one of Queen Victoria's grandchildren, Duke of Albany, was stripped of his titles because he had participated for Germany in the Great War. He then went on to support the Nazi regime in the 1930s and participated in the Second World War. He died in 1954, but he was stripped of everything. because of fraternising with the enemy.
Ooh, and Rafe, talk to me about 1919, because, something similar as well back then.
Yes, well, actually, going back to 1917, what you had was two things happen. In 1917, you had letters patent issued by King George V, which basically said who is and isn't a prince. So in 1917, we had cases of both the princely title and Royal Highness being stripped by the king, and also Parliament taking away the peerage titles like Duke and so forth. And there were four people, Duke of Albany, Cumberland and Teviot, his heir, and Viscount Taaffe. They all lost their British titles in 1917. That was done by letters patent and Parliament. What happened in 1919 was something which the King might be using on this occasion with Prince Andrew. There was a lady, granddaughter of Queen Victoria, called Princess Patricia of Connaught, and she wanted to marry someone called Sir Alexander Ramsay, and so she relinquished her Royal Highness and Princess title. That could only happen by royal warrant. So those are the two paths open to the King. He could either issue letters patent or use a royal warrant to strip Andrew of the Royal Highness and the princely title, although, of course, he still does legally remain a duke, and that should be said. Although he's lost everything else, the dukedom title can only be taken away from by Parliament, because peerage titles are deemed to be a form of heritable property. It's called incorporeal hereditament, to give it the proper term, and it's been long established in law that the king, the monarch, cannot take your property away from you. Only Parliament has the authority to take your property away, so the king is powerless in this instance. It's only up to Parliament to strip him of his dukedom, and Parliament would need to be convinced that it's a useful way to spend parliamentary time.
And what the king has actually done, he's used the royal prerogative and royal warrant through the Lord Chancellor to strip Andrew of his titles, because as Raf says, in theory he's still a duke. Only Parliament can remove that. But Parliament's got enough to do without bothering about stripping titles now.
Yeah, but we just had this discussion that there are some politicians that see this as an opportunity to elevate themselves or insert themselves into this historical moment. Will there be, I'd love both of your opinions on this, will there be particular individuals that try to continue to pursue this simply to elevate themselves, simply because they like attention?
There'll always be politicians grandstanding. It seems as though they've got nothing else better to do, but they have to serve their constituents and they have to serve the country. And if they find that they're grandstanding on this issue, then they're not doing the job for which they've been elected for and being paid for. So that will always happen. Unfortunately, this story will not necessarily go away, because there are undoubtedly going to be more revelations. But for the time being, Andrew's been stripped. Andrew is going to be living at Sandringham, and hopefully that's the last we'll see of him.
I mean, it has to be said that one of the reasons we had this dramatic decision by the King was because Parliament began to be interested in the finances of Prince Andrew, how he was affording to live at Royal Lodge, because hitherto it had been thought that his willingness to just step away from using his titles would be enough. And because Parliament became interested, that's why the move was made to send him to Sandringham. So it seems as if Parliament doesn't really have any interest now, because the taxpayers' money is not involved. And that was the reason that Parliament was getting involved. But there are other outside forces, like this Republic, the mischief-making Republican organisation, that's talking about having a private prosecution against Prince Andrew, and they're crowdfunding for that. Around £50,000 they're asking for, but they would need to prove to the Department of Public Prosecutions that it's worthwhile pursuing this. And I'm not quite sure how you would prosecute when you don't have the victim any longer alive to testify.
And the other thing is, you see, what the King has done, he's depoliticised it. There's a great danger of going through Parliament, that Parliament would take over in much the same way, not so much Parliament, but Oliver Cromwell did in the 1640s. Culminating in Charles I having his head disconnected from his shoulders. So there was a great danger of Parliament becoming involved, and I think that what the King has done has removed that threat of Parliament politicising the whole issue.
And, it's my understanding, Rafe, that the Met Police Department have investigated this particular case, Virginia's accusations against Prince Andrew, in the past. So what who would be investigating? What would be investigated if someone is saying, I work for the government, I've already combed through this, and I can't find enough evidence to bring anything against this man?
Well, that's precisely the case, and that's why I used the term mischief-making when I referred to Republic, because I think actually, in a sense, they're trying to profit over the misery of what happened to Virginia Giuffre and of the whole Epstein scandal in order to advance their own cause, which of course is to undermine and damage the monarchy. And I don't think it's very tasteful because, as you say, it has been investigated, and if the Metropolitan Police and the DPP haven't found sufficient evidence to pursue a case within this country, now North America is a different case altogether, I don't see why you would have a private prosecution being embarked upon by people who aren't involved in any way and aren't material to the case.
Republic tried to do the same thing in 1992 during the late Queen's Annus Horribilis.
Right.
They got nowhere with that, and I doubt they'll get anywhere with this latest threat of prosecution.
Before, I don't want to lose my train of thought. I have two questions. One, Dickie, you just said that more could come out. But don't let me forget to ask you about Prince Andrew's daughters, because I'm seeing a lot of accusations that I don't agree with about how they were used in the negotiations and threats were made against them. I just don't believe that to be true. So don't let me forget about that. But you talked about how more could come out. Virginia Giuffre's ghost writer was on Piers Morgan this week and said she had hours of tape. I think that she said she's hid it, don't come to my house, but it exists. The Epstein files continue to leak. Who knows what emails are still out there. Do you agree with some of the commentators that say they believe that the palace knows something we don't? Or was Prince William saying, I want everyone to talk about Earthshot next week? The king goes and sees Pope Leo, and there's a huge distraction about that. Was the king just tired of Andrew overshadowing every positive thing the family's been trying to do over the last few weeks?
The king knows as much about what Andrew was up to as the Queen knew at the time of the Newsnight interview that what was going to be discussed. He probably told his mother, as he did time and time again whenever he did an interview, he was doing a television interview and not going any further than that. His mother said, fine, get on with it. I don't believe the palace know fully the whole of the Epstein saga. I don't believe that they know fully the number of women that were abused, which is why the king made very clear in the statement that he and the Queen have every sympathy for the ladies who were abused during the Epstein regime.
That was such an important statement because that's the one thing Prince Andrew never does.
It was very important.
Yes.
He was never contrite. He never apologized. He made some cursory comment that he would endeavor to help women who've been abused. Has he? Of course he hasn't. It's all words, it's all mouth. It means absolutely nothing. No, I don't believe for a moment that the palace know the full extent of what actually went on during the Epstein saga.
And it was important in that final paragraph in the statement that it said their majesties, wasn't just his majesty.
No.
In order to ensure that the Queen was also included in all of that.
Because
I agree.
That is one of her major...
Indeed, sexual violence and all that is very, very close to her heart. Now, I think it's quite clear that the palace was just as shocked as we were when the emails came out showing that Prince Andrew had lied. That was one of the things that caused the series of events that we've seen. But we know, I know that the king was unhappy that there he was in this historic meeting with the Pope, hadn't happened for centuries, and who was on the front pages? It was his brother. And then, of course, just recently he opened a long overdue memorial to the LGBT armed forces, people who had been discriminated against. Again, that was overshadowed. And, of course, as you said, the Prince of Wales looking forward to the Earthshot Prize and so forth. So I think it was once those things become the story rather than the good works, it overshadows everything that the monarchy is there for in this country. And that was a crisis. And the monarchy has always acted very quickly when it sees its future being threatened. My understanding is that the future things to come out from the Epstein files are going to reorient the media back to the United States and what's going to be emerging there regarding big players in the States.
And there are probably a lot of people who will be named, who should already have been named, that will come out. Because so far, if you read, I'm not sure whether you've read Nobody's Girl. I've read it. In fact, I'm probably about 2/3 of the way through. I don't see any other names except Andrew's. And that's telling.
Right.
And Amy Wallace, who has actually written superbly, but they've skated over the whole issue.
Some pretty significant, details that we'd all like to know. Rafe, there have been plenty of rumors over the last few weeks about, it starts with Prince William. Prince William threatens Beatrice and Eugenie's, their princess titles, over the last 24 hours. Now it's become Andrew gave in because the king threatened to strip his daughters. I think that those are absolutely ludicrous. We saw Prince William's team actually come out and say absolutely not, which is rare for them. You never complain, never explain. Why are people saying this?
Well, we know what happens in the world of tabloid gossip. People need to have content. It's pure clickbait. We know that there's a very strong, very warm relationship between the Prince of Wales and his two cousins. They are the innocent victims in this as well. I mean, they've had their reputations traduced through no fault of their own. And let's be clear here, their statuses as princesses rest upon their status as the grandchildren of the Queen. They are the sons of the sovereign. So it doesn't matter what happens to Prince Andrew. The letters patent is quite clear. As the sons of the sovereign, they are legally prince and princesses in their own right. Whatever happens to Prince Andrew, that's a matter of law.
And when it comes to Fergie, Dickie, talk me through the technicality of her keeping her title post-divorce, and is she technically stripped of her title now, or is she legally still the Duchess of York? She's just not allowed to use it.
No, she's stripped of her title because she became Duchess of York when she married Andrew in July 1986. She lost the HRH when they separated and ultimately divorced. She is Sarah Ferguson, nothing more, nothing less, and she has to make her way in the world as that. Now, what goes against her is that she doesn't have the title anymore, so nobody's beating a path to her door. She's been dropped by ITV, independent television, for various shows that she was slated to do. So she's going to find it very difficult to earn a crust of bread. Up until now, she's been doing pretty well in writing, having books commissioned and publishing, doing TV work. But all that's disappeared along with the charities. So she's going to find it very difficult. She hasn't got the comfort of Royal Lodge. She hasn't got the comfort of Andrew's shoulder. She certainly, I doubt whether she'll go to Sandringham. I'm not terribly sure whether Andrew wants her at Sandringham. So she's going to be dependent, I think, on her daughters, which is not terribly fair on them.
It should be said also, she stopped being the Duchess of York when she got divorced. The title she's held since then has been a courtesy title. It's Sarah, Duchess of York, rather than the Duchess of York.
In the same way as Diana,
Princess of Wales. So she hasn't really been the Duchess for a long time. But yes, look, there are several properties, obviously, at Sandringham, Wood Farm and York Cottage, Park House, Garden House, that the Prince could go to. It's not unimaginable that she might end up there as well in some capacity.
But that's his invitation. The King's not going to provide accommodation for her, nor should he.
Exactly. But, of course, Prince Andrew is entitled to a private life, so that's another question.
When it comes to what's next for Sarah Ferguson, we have seen her try to take on the states in the past. Weight Watchers spokesperson, QVC, late at night, selling blenders. Americans don't really have a problem with people being stripped of their titles or people not being as royal as they used to be.
But they do like titles.
We love them. So we've watched the way Harry and Meghan have tried to navigate it. Are your children really royal? They're Americans, but everybody still refers to them as Prince Archie and Prince Lilibet. And do you think that Sarah would go back to the States where they're kind of enamored with any proximity to the royal family?
I think undoubtedly. I mean, she's always been popular in the States to a degree. She's a great one for chat shows. She knows how to market products. So now, particularly when, of course, she doesn't seem to have any visible means of support, I think it's only inevitable that she will eventually make her way over there in some capacity.
Dickie, are you afraid that she would betray the royal family's trust in an instance of desperation and, write another tell-all, like a real tell-all? Are you afraid that she might misbehave or act out because she no longer has their protection?
Fergie has done some very stupid things. I don't think she's going to be that stupid to write a kiss and tell. But going on what Raf said a moment ago, I think it's going to be very difficult for her in the States as long as the Jeffrey Epstein saga is rumbling on. That show is still on the road. There's still lots to come out. And Fergie, by association, is implicated.
All right, Raf, you and I had a conversation about this off camera, but there's a report in the Daily Beast. And here's a quote from it. I'm told that ex-Prince Andrew has received a handsome payoff worth millions in return for surrendering his lease on Royal Lodge. One friend said Andrew made it clear that he needed to be financially recompensated for surrendering the remaining 50 years on his lease on one of England's finest homes. The lease was his daughter's inheritance, which I always thought that was so interesting, and an asset. It says, in this country, you can't seize people's assets. You said that potentially this could be true, where they would have had to have done some type of exchange for him to give up that
Yes,
lease.
if you hold a lease and you are the leaseholder, and as a leaseholder you have the value of the remaining portion of the lease. So he's invested at least £8.5 million in Royal Lodge. £1 million was spent in 2003 when he purchased the lease, and as a condition of the lease, he had to maintain the building up to a certain standard, and so £7.5 million was ploughed into Royal Lodge to maintain it. Now, he hasn't paid rent since. There's something called a peppercorn rent, which is, there's no annual rent, but he does have to keep the building up to its own standards. So the question is, has he been doing that? Because he will need to leave the property in the same condition it was in when he arrived. And we understand there are instances of perhaps mould in the building, stuff is deteriorating, so we don't know how much it would cost to rectify all of those. But once all that's been rectified, whatever's left, that's a sum that he's entitled to, and certainly there's no legal reason why he wouldn't be expected to receive that.
Do you disagree?
I'd be very surprised if there were any money left from the Crown Estate once the work has been done on renovating Royal Lodge. As Raf says, there is rot, there is mould. This has to be seen to, and it's not cheap. There was a suggestion a couple of weeks ago that he could receive £500,000, but that money is going to be swallowed up in restoring Royal Lodge to the way that the Crown Estate want it. So whether there's any money from them remains to be seen. As far as the King giving him money, the King will be supporting him. I doubt whether millions of pounds or dollars, whatever currency you want to use, are passing hands. But the King has a duty of care, and we'll see him right financially. But I don't think the tune of millions of pounds.
I mean, one of the key issues is who's going to be funding his security. We know that the King cut off his personal allowance, cut off his security. One of the reasons the King wanted to move Prince Andrew to Frogmore Cottage is because Frogmore came within the already guarded area of the Windsor estate, whereas Royal Lodge was in an area that didn't have naturally the same security that encompassed Windsor Castle. Now, if he goes to York Cottage, which was once touted for the Duke and Duchess of Sussex, or to Wood Farm, which is where Prince Philip lived after retiring in 2017. There's a question there as who's going to fund that. I wouldn't be surprised if the King was actually willing to fund that as a way to coax Andrew out of Royal Lodge and try to bring an end to all of this. Of course, the reason he did that was Sandringham is a privately owned property, so by having him at Sandringham as opposed to at Windsor, there is no connection to the public purse, because Windsor obviously is owned by the Crown Estate, unlike Sandringham. That will work for Parliament. I'm not quite sure in the public's eye whether they understand those niceties and whether they can draw those distinctions. It may just seem as if he's been moving around to yet another royal property. I think it would have been perhaps been better for all if he had taken a cue from his great-uncle, the great-great-uncle, the Duke of Windsor, and gone away to somewhere else. We know, of course, how much his ex-wife and he love Switzerland. Mm-hmm. He's got use of a palace in the UAE as well, so he's got a choice between a cold or a warm climate to go to, and that might have been best for all.
There is still an element of security at Sandringham, which is undertaken by the Norfolk Police, because it's not left completely vacant for anybody to wander across ad nauseum. So there is the Norfolk Police presence there is quite large, because it's a large estate. Whether the King will be contributing more to them to take on the security, that is in the bailiwick of the King.
I mean, I really do associate Sandringham with joy with a royal escape, this blissful experience for them to go off and just have some freedom. So it is hard for me to consider this a form of punishment. Do you think that, I mean, you said something similar. Do you think that the public might go, really?
Yes, I mean, I think within royal eyes it is punishment. For Prince Andrew it'll be a punishment, given how much, of course, we know he loves his titles, he loves the grandeur of Royal Lodge. I'm not quite sure. If you still have a 5-bedroom, you know, Wood Farm I think has 5 bedrooms. It's still a grand property by the average British person.
Oh, wow, so no wonder he doesn't want Fergie there. 5 bedrooms?
It's room enough for the girls and their families to go and spend Christmas with him.
Okay.
So yes, I don't know. As I said, I think it would have been much better for all involved if he had removed himself entirely from the kingdom and lived out his life in France or Switzerland or elsewhere.
And Dickie, why did you say on Royal Exclusive the other day, why did you predict Sandringham? What was your thought process there when you said, we got to ship him off to Sandringham?
Well, I made clear on Royal Exclusive, my reason for Sandringham is that it's the closest to London for Beatrice and Eugenie to go up the road and a couple of hours up the road to go and visit. Anywhere else would have been too distant, and he very much loves his daughters, and I believe that they love him too, irrespective of what he's done, in respect of his life of entitlement. And they want to see him, and he wants to see them. So it's the closest to London that is suitable and out of the way.
Am I having a brain, like my brain is scrambled on this, so please correct me. Did Fergie recently let go of a townhome? And if so, what was the reason that she let go of that townhome? And is she regretting it today? Because that would have been a nice sanctuary.
Well, she had a house in Mayfair.
Yes.
Which the figure sort of touted about in the great British media was something like sold it for £7 million.
And wasn't that a downgrade? They said at the time that it must have been like an emergency sell because she lost money on the property, I believe, at the time.
I think she's lost money on
everything.
Property. They lost money on the property in Switzerland. But no, I mean, I suppose it was bought as an investment, but sold it in the past few weeks. For about, quoted figure, £7 million, whether it was that. It was in Mayfair, so it's pretty reasonable. What's happened to that money, who knows?
There's been a huge slump in the London prime property market now, so houses are going for millions less than they would have achieved a year or two ago. So I think selling at the wrong time, certainly. Oh,
wow, my goodness, I can't imagine. And, I wonder, because there are two competing narratives right now. One of the narratives is that this was an emergency situation, and the other is that this is weeks, if not months, of negotiations. And when I remember her selling that property, I think to myself, surely this is a recent development. Otherwise, I would have tried to hold on to something like that so I had a place to go. Do you have an opinion on whether this is something that's been in the works and negotiations that have been happening behind the scenes for a while, or if this is just the result, these are the consequences of some really devastating headlines over the last few weeks?
I'm pretty confident it's the latter situation. I don't think they expected things to mothball in the way they did. I don't think they expected the financial situation surrounding Royal Lodge to become the story that it did. I think they hoped that they had drawn a line under everything when he had voluntarily agreed simply to give up his titles.
And at the end of the day, they wanted what they wanted all their married lives, probably even before, money.
I know. It's so depressing. Well, I had on here that Graham Smith says that they're going to continue to investigate Prince Andrew, but both of you say that's not something that really should be on our radar, correct? I
think it's distasteful. They're trying to essentially advance their own cause on the back of suffering.
Right. I absolutely agree with you. When there was the heckler a few days ago, I thought the king handled it so gracefully, and I was so grateful for the way that he handled it, because I thought it was unfair. The reality is the king's not going to stop and address one member of the crowd that's yelling something at him.
One person out of thousands.
Yes, and it just looked like that individual wanted attention. And so grow up is really what my thought process was throughout.
But I think those moments have great power, actually, and I think that would have affected the king to hear that being said. And even if it was just one person on the media watching at home, you don't know how many people were saying that. And so, a single person saying something does carry power. And I think that will be one of the considerations. We need to nip this in the bud. It's getting out of control.
He's had hecklers before. He's had eggs thrown at him. He's had tomatoes thrown at him. It goes with the job.
Right. And so you're not worried, Dickie?
I'm not worried.
All right. Okay. Is there anything else you want to contribute to the Prince Andrew conversation before I take us down the black hole that is Prince Harry and Meghan Markle?
Well, from my point, I've said all along that, we have to remember Prince Andrew has not been found guilty in a court of law. He hasn't actually had his moment to explain and have his arguments tested by a court. But he has been found guilty in the court of public opinion. And that's what this has all been about. And at the end of the day, the monarchy lives or dies by whether it has the nation on its side. And Prince Andrew was very willing to lay down his life for Queen and country in the Falklands War. And now a similar sacrifice was necessary to essentially lay down his public life for king and country and the good interests of the future of the monarchy. And I think that's what essentially we have now.
And you're absolutely right. Guilty in the court of public opinion, but also guilty by association, Jeffrey Epstein.
I mean, I really think that there are two things that stand out to me in the last few weeks. And as a human being, I feel guilty saying I don't believe Prince Andrew should have been at the Duchess of Kent's funeral. I imagine she wanted him there. But his behavior, especially standing next to Prince William, went down like a lead balloon publicly. The viral video of Prince William, that hit the stern look on his face when Andrew's, kind of just joking around about something. I felt like that was incredibly detrimental. Again, guilt by association. We're still seeing pictures of Andrew and Epstein. We're still seeing pictures of Andrew and Harvey Weinstein. We don't want to see him next to Prince William. And then obviously the emails that prove that he lied about when his relationship technically ended with Jeffrey Epstein. That's a hard thing for the family to navigate when you include a DNA relative in these private moments that the public does have access to visually.
Andrew, or anybody with an ounce of intelligence, and Andrew doesn't have much intelligence. Yes, he could drive a helicopter, but you learn where the knobs are, you learn what things do, and you fly a helicopter. But intelligence, no. And anybody with an ounce of intelligence would know with what is going on, with being hammered all the time, you're not out there in front. By all means, go to a relative's funeral. Go in through a back door. Don't throw it in everybody else's face, which is what he did.
And of course, not just at the funeral. We've seen several instances where there have been family gatherings at Easter and at Christmas and at St. George's Chapel.
He took the lead at St. George's Chapel at Easter.
Where he takes the lead. And people, it's almost as if he wants to show the world that, I'm still who I am, I'm still a dignified figure. No humility, no sense of awareness. And I think that was one of the reasons why, pride comes before a fall. And I think that's one of the reasons people have been gunning for him.
When it comes to titles and when it comes to the British royal family, whether you're a working royal or not, there is some responsibility that comes with these titles. And with Harry and Meghan specifically, I don't understand why we're seeing so much of them right now. I feel like if they respected the institution that they continue to monetize off of, they would lay low and allow this to play out. But Prince Andrew's on the news every night, and there's Harry and Meghan at a Dodgers game, shoving corn dogs down their throat.
Getting front row seats, too.
Yeah, front row seats.
With people who have a vested interest in the Dodgers sitting in the row behind.
Yeah, which is their way of reminding us that they're important. And maybe I'm being unfair in this scenario, but Harry specifically said in a recent interview that it wasn't vengeance he was after through Spare and the Netflix series. He wanted to hold people accountable, people being his family. He doesn't mention Prince Andrew in Spare. He doesn't try to explain that or distance himself from that in his book, which is a huge story that broke within his time in the institution. And I just think that if you want to hold people accountable, say something like the palace did, that incredible line about standing with the victims. Meghan says she's a feminist, and here we have a story involving sex trafficking of young women, allegedly. Meghan doesn't say anything or doesn't go support a charity, which would subtly let us know that they were standing with the victims. But they want to hold on to these titles. Am I being harsh in thinking that their behavior is incredibly inappropriate, considering the fact that everything's going on? Paris Fashion Week, Washington, D.C., most powerful women, Dodgers games, and, you know, a clone of Highgrove's grocery list. To me, it's just all very unappealing.
They're trying to set up essentially a rival court in America. That's what they're doing. Prince Harry realizes now that he only knows how to be a prince, a soldier, and a polo player, none of which didn't go down very well in America. Everything essentially has been a sideshow to his wife's career. The Dodgers game was a classic example of how out of touch he is and disconnected, because there he is. His father is King of Canada. It was the Toronto Blue Jays playing against the Dodgers, and he was wearing a Dodgers baseball cap, which has caused huge offence in Canada, a country which was his first home after leaving the UK, if you remember. And it just goes to show how ill-suited he is for the roles that he thinks are his natural responsibility.
And the Blue Jays, Meghan Markle, if you look at chameleon Meghan Markle, there are dozens of images of her living in Canada wearing her Blue Jays cap. So it's so funny to watch how she just flips for whoever's willing to give her the most expensive seats to the ball game.
Exactly, but you know, it's an interesting analogy here, because you have Andrew, who was the late Queen's second son, with not over-endowed with intelligence. And here you have Harry in another generation, second son, not over-endowed with intelligence. It seems to run in the family with
and Princess Margaret as well.
So,
At least she
we've
was
been
a
very
good
lucky.
time.
I was only on sons, but it is an interesting analogy, isn't it? And, you know, to talk about his writings weren't vengeful. What were they if they weren't vengeful?
Why are you talking about your brother's hairline? That there was nothing nothing related to your brother's hairline or the fact that he was no longer looked as beautiful as their mother. That was just mean-spirited.
Can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
Why are we talking about Harry and Meghan?
Well, what would you rather talk about? I was pretty excited that they were booed at the game. I wanted to get your reaction there. You know, on the Jumbotron, the cameras zoom in on Harry and Meghan, and the entire stadium erupts in boos. Did they see that coming? And what does that mean for their American dynasty?
Well, the point is they are so deluded, and so that when you believe your own publicity, you're in a very dangerous position. And I think they've done that for too long. They've just had latest polling out in America, a survey of 48,000 people, which found that Meghan was the least popular, the most loathed celebrity. Harry came in at number 3. Number 2, this takes some beating, was P. Diddy. So it does say something when you actually rank lower than P. Diddy in the American rankings. So every time that we see some public humiliation of Meghan, it seems to be water off a duck's back. And you just have to wonder, are you that deluded? Right. Or are you just putting on a brave face on it all? But every time, you're dropped by Netflix and you say, oh, this is a wonderful decision not to renew my contract because it gives me other opportunities. Right. So she's able to spin every disaster into some sort of positivity.
Meghan takes the lead. She says to Harry, jump, and he jumps. He's just following on behind like a poodle. This whole business with Netflix, it was an outrageous contract to start with, but Netflix thought they were in with something good. And then what comes at the end of it? Nothing really. They get first choice of whatever idea they come up with. But there's no money.
The three of us could go pitch this. Could go pitch something today, and we'd get the same.
Exactly.
Kind of. You said that King Charles would be hurt by the heckler, which I do believe. I think he has a sweetheart. There's a moment after the booing starts where Prince Harry's mouth kind of twitches, and I think it's a physical reaction to the setting and what's going on. Is he going to be as insecure or sensitive about being disliked in the States?
Hugely so. I mean, we know, of course, that he's been desperate to try to get more of a role in this country. It's one of the reasons he's been trying to mend bridges with his father. I think he understands that, America is not really the place that he's best suited for. No matter how much of a brave face he puts upon it, this was all done to advance Meghan's career. everything has been targeted and focused upon actually making her an A-list celebrity. Unfortunately, it didn't work out quite as well as she was intending, perhaps. But, you know, she used the marriage to fulfill her dreams, and he's been left somewhat on the sidelines. And I think he must surely be wondering whether the right decisions were made. And, you know, he's been coming over here more often now, so I think you may see more and more visits coming in the future.
Oh,
America likes people who succeed. Correct me if I'm wrong. Mm-hmm. They welcome people who succeed. Harry hasn't. And Meghan is desperately trying.
Yeah.
Probably heading for failure.
Well, that's why she keeps manufacturing these sellouts. Oh, I sold out. It's like, you had 10 jars.
But how many
you had 10 jars available, okay?
How many did you have to sell out?
Exactly.
And these candles, can we just talk about these?
$64.
$64.
But you've got to buy something else to get that price at $64.
No, it's if you buy a certain amount of wine, then you get free shipping. But it's like $900 worth of wine to save $20 in shipping.
But they're supposed to smell like the royal wedding, aren't they?
Where she was a terror. Why would you try to bring attention to this?
But if you remember, she was complaining about the smell in St George's Chapel, and she wanted room odorizers because it smelled so musty. So I'm not quite sure what these candles smell like.
I don't know why you would want to remind the world, except again, it's proximity to the British royal family, the only thing she has to monetize. Why you would want to remind the world of what a terror you were, what a bridezilla you were. We just had Sally Bedell Smith in 2025 giving us all the details about Lady Elizabeth Anson's conversations with Queen Elizabeth, where Queen Elizabeth felt excluded from that wedding, was so hurt that they wouldn't allow Lady Elizabeth Anson to help them plan the wedding. You know, all sorts of little details that really did not paint Harry and Meghan in a great light. So why would you release a candle that just gives us the opportunity to rehash the fact that Meghan bumped actual DNA cousins so George Clooney could come to the wedding? Nothing that they do makes sense. But to bring it back to your question, Dickie, the reason we're talking about Harry and Meghan is because I feel like they're following a similar pattern to, no longer the Yorks, to Andrew and Fergie. Reality television, books, children's books. Fergie's done all of those things. The idea of guilt by association. Harry and Meghan are, the godfather to Lily is Tyler Perry, currently accused of sexual assault. You are who you associate with. Meghan has the creator of Bumble on the first episode of Confessions of a Female Founder, recently admitted to using the N-word and joking about homophobia in her office to keep up with the boys. I mean, I think that they, I guess to give you credit to your point, are as stupid as Andrew and Fergie and will follow down a similar path. I'm sure they're grateful that they own the house that they're in.
You've said it all. You don't need anything from me.
That's
all, folks.
Yeah, that's all. Yeah, so I think that is my point for that transition from Andrew and Fergie into Harry and Meghan. I think that they're money hungry, they're not necessarily talented, and their judgment when it comes to who they associate with has been incredibly questionable. And anybody that does have any real credibility, Michelle Obama, even Oprah Winfrey, they've distanced themselves from the Sussexes.
And you've got to ask yourself, what kind of people are they when they have gone through so many staff? It's a revolving door in their office.
Yes, the Sussex Survivor Group, which was supposed to have been set up for those people who had left, was originally the most exclusive club. It's not so exclusive any longer because there's such a large waiting list to join of people who've left there. And yet again, you must get to the point where she should think, is it them or is it me? It's been so many people have left. Maybe I'm the problem here, and yet the complete lack of self-awareness is remarkable. Let alone, I mean, for me, the most unforgivable thing was Prince Harry coming out with everything that he did when his grandfather was dying, when his grandmother died, and then that crucial period when the king acceded to the throne between accession and coronation, such an important time for the king to cement his role with the public, all overshadowed by Prince Harry's antics. I mean, this is the thing. The Duke of Sussex, the then Duke of York, have caused so much damage to the institution they were supposed to uphold.
And that is the king's role, to preserve the institution, which is why, going back to where we started, why he initiated the complete meltdown of his brother Andrew. Cast him out into the country, remove his titles. He is now a non-person. He's Mr. Andrew Mountbatten Windsor.
There's a lot of hostility at least here that I've seen in some of the media about why the royal family didn't act sooner, harsher, faster. But I think we all agree that, to your point, they've had a pretty tough few years. We have Harry and Meghan leave. Okay, the family probably realizes this might be a blessing in disguise. She does not want to fit in. Then we have Prince Philip sick. Well, now Harry and Meghan start stirring the pot. Prince Philip passes away. Then the Queen passes away. King Charles is not going to give Andrew the boot when the entire family are mourning their parents. I mean, it happens so quickly. Then Fergie has breast cancer. The king is not going to bully them out of their home while Fergie's got breast cancer. Then we've got the king and Catherine that are ill for at least six to 12 months. We don't really know what's going on, and everything's kind of up in the air. I don't think he's going to be trying to have these types of conversations while Catherine is seriously ill, he's seriously ill, they're navigating this. So I feel a real sense of empathy for this family because they have personal, family, health issues and grief that they've been trying to navigate over the last few years.
You've put your finger on the pulse there. It is a family issue. It's not a constitutional issue. It is not an institutional issue, it is a family issue, and the family have dealt with it, albeit at their pace, but they've dealt with it with a finality to it.
Do you agree?
Yes, I think so. And also it has to be said, everything that they did was based upon knowledge of the facts of the time. As the situation has changed, as evidence has come to light showing that Andrew lied, more and more dramatic steps were taken, and they also, they have to understand there's due process in all of this, and you can't preempt due process.
Do you think that Harry and Meghan should be worried about their titles now that we've seen that the king will just put his foot down?
Well, they haven't been accused of doing anything close to what Andrew has been accused of doing.
Agreed, but calling the royal family racist and what could potentially, we don't know what they've said to Omid Scobie or what could inevitably
insinuations and allegations against the wider family, and I believe they should be punished for that.
I don't think it's going to happen at all during this reign. I think when William takes to the throne, it's an entirely different situation, and we must wait and see what happens at that point. But again, those peerage titles, though, he still doesn't have the ability to take those away. Archie will be His Royal Highness the Duke of Sussex, but his children won't. So they will stop being royal. They'll just be His Grace the Duke of Sussex in the next generation.
Well, Archie won't necessarily be Duke of Sussex. That is in the gift of the sovereign. But going back to Harry and Meghan and Andrew and Fergie, Charles did what he did to his brother because he had to do it. We're talking about Harry is his own flesh and blood, his son. And that's going to be a harder call for him. And as Raf says, it won't happen in this reign, could happen in the next one, because William is very angry.
Yeah.
And is not forgiving.
But again, all he could lose would be the Royal Highness and style of prince-in-law. His descendants will be dukes forevermore until the male line goes extinct.
What did you think, Ralph, when you saw the stories about Prince Harry upset because he wanted to ensure that he had the titles for his children for their passports? Did your eyes roll into the back of your head when you saw that, or does it make some sort of sense to you?
No, it's remarkable to me that a couple who seem to want to distance themselves from the crown and have said that we're going to carry on our life in commercial activities don't seem to understand that you cannot be half in and half out, and it puts the royal family into a terrible position when they see this couple clearly marketing themselves on the basis of their royal status, because there is nothing else to them. There is no talent, there is no quality there behind the fact everything that they have is based upon their proximity to the crown, and so they need to stress, for their business ventures, they need to stress their royal credentials at every turn, otherwise their value starts to depreciate.
And if Harry had spent time learning about the history of his family at school instead of playing around, he would know that his great-great-grandfather, George V, issued letters patent in 1917, as Raf said right at the very beginning, which made very clear the numbers of royal family who would have HRH. Very clear that the children of the sovereign, not beyond, but children of the sovereign. So when Archie and Lily were born, the late Queen was still alive. They weren't children of the sovereign.
Yes.
But Charles comes along and is king. They get the titles.
But you saw that the damage was done by the time, I mean, I don't know if it was a combination of culturally in the United States, George Floyd, but also just how quickly the internet is like gasoline on an open flame. The damage was done by the time Harry and Meghan said that. Everybody just wanted to repeat it on Twitter or get on TV and repeat what they said. By the time it was fact-checked, people had already consumed the worst possible accusation. And it was really, I still think that there are people that believe that Harry and Meghan feel like were racism, that there was some sort of form of racism against them. And I just think that it's two people that didn't do their homework that are incredibly insecure.
And this is what's remarkable. Harry should have known better, for heaven's sake. He's a prince of the blood. It doesn't take much to find this out, even just looking at Wikipedia. In half an hour, you could find this information.
In less.
And to lay the accusation of racism against the royal family cut so deeply because, our current king has dedicated his life to interfaith dialogue, working with ethnic minorities. We know how important it is to the Prince of Wales as well. And, at that royal wedding of the Duke and Duchess of Sussex, everyone spoke, for example, about the black choir that was there. And everyone thought this was Meghan's gift. This was King Charles. This was his favourite gospel choir. This was, the black female chaplain was the Queen's chaplain. The royal family have done so much to work towards, harmony amongst the Commonwealth races, and to be accused of racism really stung. And for Harry, who absolutely knew his family are not racist, to say nothing, and you could actually see he was uncomfortable with the accusations being made by his wife, and yet he chose to say nothing for months, if not a year, during which the family were raked over the coals for being racist. I think that was absolutely unforgivable.
Let's strip him of his title. I'm just kidding. Dickie, you've worked with this family. How difficult is this period right now for the working royals? They've had calendars for 6 months to a year. They've got things that are incredibly important to them, emotionally. I know that Earthshot's very important to Prince William. Watching all of this chaos unfold in the media about his uncle, what a distraction. Are they frustrated right now? Are they disappointed? Can you walk me through what might be happening behind the scenes?
Well, behind the scenes, they will feel that they have done what has got to be done, and they've done it robustly. And it's very important that it was done robustly. As far as the family are concerned, yes, they were concerned, obviously, about what Andrew had got himself into. They were concerned how they were going to handle it, what was going to come out. And the problem has been that over the past 6 years, information has been drip-fed into the great British media and global media. And obviously, stories have been jumped on. They've come to this conclusion that what they have done is the right thing to do. There are those who will criticise them and say, well, it's come a bit too late, as Raf was saying earlier on, that there's certain information that didn't come out until a few weeks ago. So what they have done is at the right time, if there is ever a right time, but they have done it. And hopefully they can get on with their job that they are supposed to do, and people will recognise them for what they are doing, instead of getting sidetracked on the Andrew issue and the Fergie issue and the Sussex issue. There are too many side distractions. But having said that, newspapers in particular have got lots of space to fill.
Yeah.
So let's fill it.
Yeah.
What we're going to fill it with today, whether it's a picture story, LA Dodgers, Harry larking around there, Meghan wearing the LA Dodgers cap instead of the Canadian one, they're going to fill space because they're looking for sensational stories. They're looking for salacious stories because that's what sells newspapers and that's what keeps the shareholders happy.
Okay, I have some viewer questions. Raf, why is there so much confusion among royal experts / commentators regarding what power the king has to dictate Harry's security? Some say he could as king, while others say no for the same reason. No, he can't because he's king. This has to be a separate issue that the government handles. Do you have the answer to that question?
Yes, the king is a constitutional monarch. He can't simply dictate what happens. There's Ravik, there's the body that's responsible for looking into the security of members of the royal family and other high-profile individuals. That includes people from the Home Office.
As well as politicians and diplomats.
Yeah, people from the Home Office, Metropolitan Police, and from the royal household. And as any politician in this country will tell you, politicians themselves can't dictate what happens as well in operational terms. These are operational issues for the people who are best placed to determine these things, and that's the people who actually deal with security on a daily basis.
Dickie, we've been talking about Harry and Andrew and their lack of due diligence. Harry does say in that BBC interview that his father has the power to help him with his security needs. Is that reckless or is that stupidity?
That's stupidity, because the king doesn't have the power. The power, as Raf just said, is in Ravik, which is responsible for security of high-profile people, whether they're royalty, whether they're diplomats, whether they're politicians, senior government ministers. It's up to them. They assess the security threat and they make arrangements accordingly. It is not under the aegis of the king. He is a constitutional monarch. In the same way, he's not allowed to interfere in politics. He's not allowed to voice a political opinion. He's not allowed to interfere with the security services.
And again, this is all stuff you could easily find out with a few minutes on the internet.
It's not rocket science.
I don't understand. And it's the first time in history that a prince has taken his own father's government to court. It's a remarkable situation.
It is. I had a question for you, and it just escaped my body, but it was a good one. It was about Harry. It was about, I know what it is. Would Harry argue that it's unfair for the king to pay for Andrew's security after this fallout and not... Does all Harry want is for the king to pay for his security? Is that ultimately what Harry wants? And he's willing to shut up if the king just pays for his security?
Well, but the issue is, the issue for Prince Harry is does he get armed security? Because his own security detail can't carry guns in the United Kingdom. The king can't authorise the use of guns. I mean, if he wants to pay for security, it would still be unarmed security. This has to come from the state. And that means the taxpayer has to be involved in that.
Let's put this whole security thing into context. The king paying for Andrew's security, he was paying for private security, not the Metropolitan Police, not the state security, because that was withdrawn by the authorities. So he was paying for private security. Is Harry asking the king to pay for Harry's private security? If he is, then make it a bit clearer. Harry wants state security. He's got his private security. As Raf says, they're not allowed to carry guns in this country. They come across here a bit heavy, and they do their job. But what Harry wants and what he's taking the government to court for is over state security.
Interesting.
And Harry said he was willing to pay the cost of that himself. So it's not a question of having the king pay it.
That's right.
He wanted to pay it himself. He wanted armed security, but but they're not guns for hire. And it's not like Maverick with James Garner. you can't just, otherwise, what other potentates are going to come over here and demand that they contribute and get police security?
Right. Okay, Dickie, this question is for you. Why are there fewer visits from senior royals to the Commonwealth, particularly Africa?
Because they've not been invited. The king can't just drop in, because all the African countries, the 56 countries on the African continent, are sovereign states. They have heads of state. And it's up to the head of state to decide whether they want a visit from the sovereign or not. It's not their king. He is a royal visitor. And they, so far, have decided not to. They do meet the king when he goes to the Commonwealth Heads of Government meeting, the last one in Samoa last October, which was the first one that Charles did as head of the Commonwealth. But they don't visit the African states because they haven't been invited. Simple as that.
And we can't also discount the influence of China here. So China has been involved very heavily in trying to destabilise the Commonwealth and increase the disconnection between Britain and the Commonwealth. That's one of the reasons why Barbados became a republic, is because of the money being brought in by China in order to try to engage in geopolitics here. So
there are a lot of money on the African continent.
So there are other reasons here, including China's efforts here. And it should be said, even with the Commonwealth realms, places like Canada and Australia, there are fewer royal visits. Again, these have to be taken on the advice of the Canadian Prime Minister or the Australian Prime Minister. It will be the home audience who pay for these royal tours. And they're also far smaller. There used to be royal tours of a week, 10 days, 2 weeks. Now they'll go for 2 or 3 days only. So it's a general weakening of that connection, unfortunately, between the Crown.
Charles and Camilla recently in Australia last October, before going to Samoa. That was at the invitation of the Prime Minister, Anthony Albanese. It's likely that William and Catherine could be going next year, again at the invitation of the Prime Minister. Each country invites a royal if they want a royal. We had Mark Carney inviting the King to open Parliament in Canada after the Canadian election. It's up to the Prime Minister of the country or the President as head of state.
It's been so great to spend time with you today and to dissect this incredible, we're witnessing history for the first time. So thank you for doing that with me and for walking me through it and explaining a lot of the difficulties to me. I greatly appreciate the both of you.
Thank you.
Pleasure.
Thank you
So much.
Thanks so much for watching one of my favorite best of compilations here in 2025. Make sure you like, subscribe, and share this video with a friend. Again, happy holidays, happy new year, and I look forward to seeing you again very soon. Make sure you like, subscribe, and share this video with a friend.